fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a new chronicle from the deepest shadows of history. We turn our gaze to the Witch-king of Angmar, who was once a great king in the Second Age before darkness claimed him utterly. This is the story of a mortal who reached for immortality and found only endless servitude, a king who became a wraith, and the terror who ruled the north for 600 years before death found him at last on Pelennor fields. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into this chronicle of corruption and power, of transformation and prophecy, of a crown exchanged for eternal shadow. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers, and drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. He was a king in the Second Age, when the world was younger and men still remembered the glory of Numenor across the Western Sea. His kingdom prospered in those years, and his people knew peace under his rule. The harvests came richly, and enemies troubled his borders rarely. For his name carried weight among the realms of men, and his warriors held their ground against any who would test his strength. He was not the greatest of kings in that age, nor the wisest, but neither was he cruel or weak. He judged fairly and built well. His city's walls stood strong, and its markets thrived. His people spoke his name with respect, if not love, and that seemed enough for any mortal man granted the burden of a crown. Yet time pressed against him as it presses against all men. The years accumulated, and his strength began its long, slow failing. He watched his father die and knew his own end approached just as certainly. His sons grew tall while his hair went grey, and the weight of mortality settled heavy on his shoulders as he understood what every king must face. Death waited for him just as it had waited for his father and his father's father back through all the generations of men. No glory or wisdom or just rule could turn that ancient enemy aside. The greatest kings died the same as beggars, reduced to silence and forgetting while the world turned on without them. Then Annatar came to his kingdom bearing gifts and speaking words of friendship between the realms. The stranger appeared as a being of surpassing beauty, fair beyond the measure of mortal kind, and wisdom seemed to shine from him like light through clear water. He named himself a messenger from the uttermost west, an emissary of the Valar who wished only to share knowledge with the lesser peoples of Middle-earth. The king received him with honor in his hall. Annatar spoke of many things during the feasting that followed, and his words carried conviction that made doubt seem foolish and suspicion petty. He spoke of craft and making, of the power that lay sleeping in the world, waiting for those with skill enough to wake it. Other kings had received him already, Annatar said, and they had accepted his gifts with gratitude. He wished to share his knowledge with all the great realms of men, so that their power might grow to match their nobility. The Second Age was young still, and much remained to be accomplished before darkness could threaten the free peoples again. The king listened and found himself wanting to believe. What harm could there be in accepting friendship from one who served the Valar themselves? What wisdom counseled refusing gifts that might strengthen his kingdom and extend his reign? His counselors spoke cautiously, but none could name any reason to turn Annatar aside. So the king welcomed Annatar into his confidence over the months that followed. The stranger remained in his city and spoke long of the art of making and the craft of binding power into lasting form. He hinted at secrets that could grant strength beyond the measure of common mortality, at knowledge that could preserve what time and death would otherwise unmake. Finally, Annatar brought forth a ring of gold, wrought with craft beyond anything the king had seen in all his years. The work shone with subtle light that seemed to come from within the metal itself. No jewels adorned it, but beauty radiated from its perfect form, and the king felt his breath catch at the sight of such mastery made solid. This was one of 9, Annatar explained, crafted for the great kings of men. Each ring carried power to strengthen its bearer, to extend life and enhance every natural gift that mortality had granted. The rings would make their bearers mightier than common men, wise beyond their years, enduring beyond the span that nature allowed. Annatar held the ring out across the space between them. The gold caught the firelight and seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, calling wordlessly to something deep in the king's chest. Here was the answer to mortality's grinding inevitability. Here was power to push back against the darkness that waited for all men. The king reached out and took the ring from Annatar's palm. The metal felt warm against his skin, warmer than gold should feel even in firelight. He turned it slowly and watched light play across its surface in patterns that seemed almost alive. Annatar smiled and spoke of how the ring should be worn to unlock its gifts. The king listened and felt anticipation building in his chest, like hunger too long denied. All his life he had ruled well, but within the limits of common mortality. Now something greater beckoned. He slipped the ring onto his finger and gasped at what followed. Power flooded through him like wine on an empty stomach, intoxicating and complete. Strength surged in his limbs, and clarity sharpened his thoughts until the world seemed brighter than it had appeared moments before. He could feel his own heartbeat strong and steady, feel awareness expanding beyond the boundaries of his flesh. The ring sang to him of mastery and dominion. It whispered promises of endurance beyond the short span granted to men. It showed him visions of himself, still strong when his son's sons grew old, still ruling when kingdoms younger than his own had crumbled into forgotten dust. He looked at Annatar through eyes that saw more clearly than they had ever seen before, and the stranger's smile held satisfaction that the king was too drunk on power to question. The ring settled onto his finger as though it had always belonged there, and its weight felt right in a way that nothing had felt right in all his mortal years. The king thanked Annatar for this gift beyond price. He did not see the trap closing. He felt only the sweetness of power finally grasped, and the promise of immortality within his reach at last. The ring grew warm against his skin, and he welcomed its heat like a blessing. "50 years passed, and the king wore his ring always. The metal sat warm against his finger, and power flowed through him day and night, until he could barely remember how it felt to live without such strength. His kingdom prospered beyond anything his father had known, and enemies learned to fear his name. He stood straighter than he had stood in decades, and his arm held steady when he lifted his sword. Grey had touched his hair when Annatar first came, but now the grey retreated and colour returned, as though time itself ran backward through his body. His eyes saw more clearly than they had seen in youth, and his mind worked with clarity that made every decision seem obvious once he had considered it. The harvests came rich under his rule, and the granaries stayed full even in lean years. He judged disputes with wisdom that left both parties satisfied, and built roads that opened trade between regions that had lived separate for generations. His warriors won victories that expanded his borders and brought tribute flowing into his treasury from peoples who had never bowed to his father's strength. His sons grew to manhood and then to middle age while he remained strong. His eldest stood before him in the hall one evening with grey streaking through dark hair and lines marking his face where youth had lived not long ago. The son spoke of matters needing judgment, and the king listened while awareness crept through him of how many years had passed since. Annatar's gift had found his finger. The son had been a boy when the ring came. Now he approached the age his father had reached when accepting Annatar's offering. Yet the father stood unchanged, as though decades were merely days. The other lords gathered in the hall showed the same slow failing, their vigor dimming while his burned bright as summer noon. He dismissed the court and walked alone through his city as twilight settled. People bowed as he passed, and their faces showed not just respect, but something closer to awe. They whispered that the Valar had blessed their king with endurance beyond the measure of common men, that he would rule for ages and keep them safe through generations yet unborn. The king felt pride swell in his chest at their devotion. The ring pulsed against his finger in rhythm with his heartbeat, and power sang through his blood like wine. He had become something greater than the man who had accepted Annatar's gift all those years ago. The ring had fulfilled every promise the stranger had made, and more besides. He returned to his chambers as full dark arrived, and thought to remove the ring before sleep. His fingers moved to slide the gold from his hand, but hesitated at the last moment. The metal felt warm and right where it rested, and the thought of lying without it through the long night hours brought unexpected discomfort. What harm could there be in wearing it always? The ring granted him strength to serve his people better and wisdom to rule them justly. Taking it off seemed wasteful of the gifts it offered, like refusing food when hungry or turning away from fire in winter cold. Yet something in him insisted that a king should not depend utterly on any object for his power. He forced his fingers to continue their motion and drew the ring from his hand. Cool air touched skin that had known only the metal's warmth for years beyond counting. The ring granted him strength to serve his people better and wisdom to rule them justly. Taking it off seemed wasteful of the gifts it offered, like refusing food when hungry or turning away from fire in winter cold. Yet something in him insisted that a king should not depend utterly on any object for his power. He forced his fingers to continue their motion and drew the ring from his hand. Cool air touched skin that had known only the metal's warmth for years beyond counting. Diminishment crashed over him like a wave. Strength drained from his limbs and clarity fled from his thoughts until the world seemed muted and distant compared to what he had known moments before. His body felt suddenly heavy and old, and awareness of mortality pressed against him with weight he had forgotten while wearing the ring. He stood there, breathing hard and staring at the gold circle resting in his palm. Without the ring, he was merely a man again, subject to time's hunger and death's patient waiting. The years he had lived showed themselves in aching joints and tired muscles that the ring's power had masked completely. His hand moved almost without conscious thought and slipped the ring back onto his finger. Power flooded through him again, and relief washed away the terrible diminishment. Strength returned, and clarity sharpened until he could breathe easily once more. The weight of mortality lifted, and he felt himself again, vital and strong and worthy of the crown he wore. He left the ring on through the night, and told himself it was necessary for tomorrow's duties. His kingdom needed him at full strength, and the ring granted that strength without cost he could measure. What wisdom counseled weakness when power sat ready on his finger? The years ahead stretched long before him, and the ring would carry him through them all. His sons would age and die while he endured, but that seemed a small price for the gift of extended life and enhanced rule. His people prospered under his strength, and that prosperity mattered more than questions about the naturalness of his endurance. He lay in darkness with the ring warm against his skin and felt contentment settle over him like a familiar cloak. The sweetness of power filled him completely, and he welcomed it without reservation. He did not yet understand that sweetness was the first stage of the trap, that dependency was being built in him one comfortable night at a time. The ring pulsed gently against his finger, and the king's breathing slowed toward sleep. Tomorrow he would rule again with all the gifts the ring provided, and every tomorrow after that as well. The thought brought satisfaction that pushed aside any whisper of doubt. He had found immortality, and it tasted sweeter than anything his mortal years had offered. "100 years more passed, then the king began to fade. His reflection in polished bronze showed something wrong that he could not name at first, a quality of transparency that appeared in certain lights, as though the world behind him showed through his flesh. He stood before the mirror in his chambers and turned slowly, watching how lamplight seemed to pass through his hand when he held it at particular angles. The change had come gradually over decades, until he could no longer deny what his eyes reported. His body remained strong and his mind stayed sharp, but substance itself was leaving him bit by bit, like water seeping through cracked stone. The ring burned hot against his finger now, rather than merely warm, and its presence filled him so completely that he could barely remember the man he had been before. Annatar's gift found his hand. Daylight hurt him in ways it had never hurt before. The sun's brightness stabbed at his eyes and made his skin crawl with discomfort that bordered on pain. He found himself rising later each morning and retiring earlier each evening, conducting his business during twilight hours when shadows softened the world's harsh edges. His people noticed and whispered among themselves, but none dared question their king's strange habits. He walked through his city one afternoon when business demanded his presence during full sun. The light pressed against him like a physical weight, and he pulled his cloak tight despite summer's heat. People moved aside as he passed, but their faces showed fear now rather than the awe they had offered in earlier years. Children hid behind their mothers' skirts, and strong men dropped their eyes rather than meet his gaze. The king saw their fear and felt something cold settle in his chest where warmth had lived before. He was becoming something other than human in their eyes, something to dread rather than honor. Yet he could not stop the change any more than he could remove the ring that had become part of his flesh in ways deeper than mere wearing. His grandson ruled one of the kingdom's provinces now. The young man had his father's face, but his eyes held wariness when he looked at the king who should have died generations ago. They met in the great hall to discuss matters of tribute and defense, and the grandson's voice stayed carefully neutral as though speaking to something dangerous that might turn on him without warning. The king reached out to clasp his grandson's shoulder in approval of some decision well made. The young man flinched at the touch and could not quite hide his reaction. The king's hand had felt cold. He said later to his companions, cold as winter ice despite the season's warmth. Not the touch of living flesh, but something else, something wrong. Night brought relief from the sun's assault, but it brought other things as well. The king began to see double in darkness, the solid world overlaid with another realm of shadow and spirit. Ghosts moved through his hall where living men walked, and the wraith world bled through into his vision until he could not always tell which realm he truly inhabited. The ring showed him this other place, whether he wished to see it or not, pulling his perception deeper into shadow with each passing year. He tried once more to remove the ring during a night when the double vision made him dizzy with confusion. His fingers closed around the gold and pulled, but the metal would not budge from his flesh. It had become part of him as surely as bone or blood, fused to his hand through years of constant wearing. He pulled harder and gasped at pain that shot through his entire arm, but still the ring refused to leave his finger. Fear touched him then for the first time since Annatar's gift had first slipped onto his hand. He was bound to the ring now beyond any power he possessed to break free. Whatever it was making him become, he would become it completely with no path to turn back. The trap had closed around him so gradually that he had not felt its teeth until escape became impossible. Default text, his counselors aged and died, and their children took their places in his court. The new generation served him with duty but not love, and their eyes held the same wariness his grandson had shown. They spoke to him formally and kept their distance, treating him like something dangerous that must be managed rather than a king who deserved devotion. The king felt anger at their coldness, but the anger burned strange in his chest, hotter than human rage and colder simultaneously. His emotions were changing along with his flesh, becoming sharper and more terrible, but also more distant, as though they belonged to someone else and reached him only faintly through gathering shadow. He spent more time alone in his chambers as the years accumulated. Solitude felt safer than company when he could barely maintain his grip on the solid world. The wraith realm called to him constantly now, and the ring answered that call with eager heat against his corrupting flesh. He was thinning into something that could walk between worlds, neither fully present in either, but caught in the terrible space between life and death. The ring pulsed its rhythm, and the king breathed in time with its beating. His kingdom still prospered under his rule, but the people celebrated his judgments with relief rather than joy. They wanted him to keep them safe, but they did not want him near them, did not want to see what their king was slowly becoming under the power of Annatar's gift. He stood at his window one night and looked out over the city that feared him. His hand rested against the stone, and he could see through his own flesh to the wall beneath. The thinning had progressed too far to hide now. He was becoming transparent as mist, fading from the solid world while the ring's power grew stronger in him day by day. Soon there would be nothing left of the man who had accepted Annatar's offering all those decades ago. Only the ring's servant would remain, bound forever to the gold that had promised immortality and delivered something far more terrible instead. Three centuries had passed since the ring found his finger, and the king could no longer bear full daylight at all. The sun's touch burned him like fire, and even its light through windows made his thinning flesh crawl with agony he could barely endure. He kept his chambers dark during the day and emerged only after sunset, conducting his kingdom's business in the brief hours between dusk and full night, when the world held that peculiar quality of neither light nor shadow. His people feared him utterly now. They spoke of him in whispers and made signs against evil when they thought themselves unobserved. The prosperity that had marked his early reign had faded along with his substance, and the kingdom limped forward on the memory of past glory rather than present strength. Trade dried up as merchants refused to enter a realm ruled by something that should have died generations ago, and enemies tested borders that his armies could barely hold. He tried once to appear before his full court in afternoon light because matters demanded his immediate judgment. The councillors gathered in the great hall and waited nervously. But when he stepped from his chambers into the space where sunlight streamed through high windows, the assembled lords gasped in horror at what they saw. His form appeared barely present in the light, a shadow thing more absence than presence, and his face showed like a skull beneath skin worn transparent as old parchment. Several of the younger lords fled outright, and others stood frozen with terror written plain across their features. The king retreated to darkness and did not attempt such appearance again. His judgments came through intermediaries after that, servants who carried his words but never his presence. The kingdom functioned but only just, held together by the structure he had built in earlier years, rather than by any active governance. He had become a ghost, haunting his own throne, neither alive nor dead, but caught in the terrible space between. The wraith world had become his true home now, and the solid realm appeared distant and dreamlike when he glimpsed it at all. Spirits moved through his chambers, and he could not always tell if the voices he heard belonged to living councillors, or echoes from the shadow realm. The ring burned against his finger with heat that should have consumed flesh, but only consumed his humanity instead, bit by bit through the endless years. Something called to him from the east. The voice reached him in dreams and waking both, a summons he could not name but felt in his bones. The call pulled at him constantly now, like hunger or thirst, demanding he abandon his crumbling kingdom and travel toward the source of that compelling voice. He resisted because some last shred of his mortal self remembered duty and honor, but resistance grew harder with each night that passed. His great-grandson ruled the largest province now and came to the capital for counsel. The young man was brave enough to enter the darkened chambers where the king spent his fading existence, but even he could not quite hide his revulsion at what his ancestor had become. They spoke through heavy shadows about rebellions on the northern border and failing harvests in the eastern valleys. The great-grandson's voice stayed steady, but his hands trembled where he thought the king could not see, and he left as quickly as courtesy allowed. The king watched him go and felt something that might have been grief, if grief could reach across the distance between life and undeath. His kingdom was dying because he would not die. The people needed a mortal king who could lead them in daylight and walk among them without inspiring terror. But he could not release the crown while the ring bound him to this half-existence. He had wanted immortality and achieved it, but immortality had revealed itself as the cruelest curse mortality could imagine. Night brought no relief anymore because even darkness felt too bright against his thinning substance. He could see through his own hands now when he held them before his face, could watch the shadows of his chambers show clearly through his transparent flesh. The transformation was nearly complete, and he understood finally what Annatar had made of him with that golden gift so freely given. The voice from the east grew stronger and more demanding. It spoke of service and power, of purpose beyond the petty concerns of a failing kingdom. It promised him companionship among others who had accepted the same gift and undergone the same transformation. The call identified itself at last, and he knew the voice for what it was, knew who had forged the ring that bound him so completely. Sauron summoned him, and the ring answered its master's voice. The king felt himself drawn toward that summons, despite every mortal instinct screaming resistance. His kingdom needed him, but Sauron needed him more, and the ring recognized only one master's authority. The gold burned hotter against his finger, and the pain of defying its pull grew unbearable. He stood at his window one final night and looked out over the city he had ruled for 300 years. Lights flickered in the darkness below, and he could hear faint sounds of life continuing despite everything he had become. His people would be better served by his absence than his presence now. The kingdom would fall without him, but it was falling anyway, dragged down by the weight of an immortal king who had ceased to be human decades ago. The voice called again, and this time he did not resist. He turned from the window and walked toward his chamber door, leaving behind the crown and the throne and everything he had clung to through the long years of his transformation. His kingdom would forget him or remember him as a warning. Either way, he could not serve them any longer. The ring had another purpose for him now, and he no longer possessed the strength to refuse its demands. Twilight had claimed him completely, and only darkness waited ahead. He left his kingdom in darkness, without ceremony or farewell. The crown remained on its cushion in the great hall, and his throne sat empty when morning came. His counselors found the chambers abandoned and the king gone, as though he had been merely a ghost who finally faded completely from the world. Some relief showed in their faces alongside the confusion. For a kingdom could survive a king's absence, but it could not survive the presence of what he had become. The journey east took months, but time had lost meaning for him long ago. He walked through lands where people fled at his approach, and villages emptied before he reached their gates. Animals sensed something wrong in his presence, and dogs howled when he passed. Horses screamed and pulled against their tethers. Cattle broke through fences to escape the wrongness that walked on two legs through their fields. He traveled mostly at night, because even twilight hurt him now, and he left a trail of fear and whispered legends wherever his path took him. The ring pulled him forward with certainty that needed no map or guide. It knew where its master waited, and it dragged him toward that destination with the same inevitability that rivers flow downhill. He tried once to turn aside from the path, to exercise some last fragment of free will by choosing his own direction. Pain exploded through his hand and up his arm until he gasped and fell to his knees. And the agony did not cease until he turned back toward the east and resumed the journey the ring demanded. Other figures moved through the darkness on paths that converged with his own. He sensed them before he saw them, presences like his own that existed in the space between life and death. They were wraiths, as he was becoming, men who had worn their rings too long and paid the same price he was paying. They acknowledged each other without speaking and continued their separate journeys toward the same destination, drawn by the same inexorable summons. Mountains rose before him, and he climbed paths that no living man could have survived. The cold that would have killed mortal flesh touched him without effect because he had so little flesh remaining. His breath came in rasps, but he did not need breath the way living things needed it, and his legs carried him forward long past the point where muscle and bone should have failed. The ring sustained him with its terrible power and demanded only that he continued until he reached the one who had forged it. He crossed the final ridge and looked down into a valley where darkness pooled thick as water. A fortress rose from that darkness, black stone piled high against a sky that seemed darker still. Torches burned on its walls, but their light looked wrong, red and sick like infected wounds. The summons that had pulled him across half the world originated from somewhere deep within those walls, and the ring burned hot enough now that he could smell his own flesh charring. The gates stood open when he reached them. Guards watched from the walls, but they did not challenge him or bar his path. They knew what he was and why he had come. He walked through corridors of black stone where no natural light had ever reached, and descended stairs that led deep into the mountain's roots. The air grew hot and thick with fumes that would have choked a living man, but he barely noticed as he followed the path the ring showed him. The chamber at the end of his descent stretched vast and high. Fire burned in channels cut through the floor, and the heat turned the air to shimmering waves that distorted vision. A figure stood waiting at the chamber's center, tall beyond the measure of men and radiating power that made the ring on his hand feel like a candle's light compared to the sun's radiance. This was Sauron, who had appeared to him as fair Annatar so long ago, shown now in his true form, without the disguise that had deceived so many. The king fell to his knees without conscious choice. The ring recognized its master and forced his body into submission before his mind could consider resistance. All the power he had cherished for centuries revealed itself as borrowed strength, given freely but never truly his own. He had thought himself mighty, but he was nothing compared to the being who stood before him now. Sauron spoke, and his voice carried weight that pressed down like the lid of a tomb. He spoke of service and purpose, of the great work that required servants willing to abandon everything mortal for the sake of power eternal. The 9 rings had found their bearers and transformed them as intended, and now those bearers would serve the will that had forged their gifts. They would be his hands in the world, his eyes watching from darkness, his sword striking at his enemies. They would have power beyond anything mortal men could achieve, but that power would serve only one master's purpose. The king tried to speak some protest or question, but found his voice gone. The last traces of his mortal identity burned away in Sauron's presence like mist before noon sun. Everything he had been crumbled to ash and blew away until nothing remained but the hollow shape of a man wrapped around a ring of gold. His name faded from his memory, and his kingdom's history dissolved into meaningless fragments. His sons and grandsons and all the generations he had watched age and die became strangers whose faces he could no longer recall. The ring pulsed once, and the transformation completed itself. He was no longer a king who had worn a ring too long. He was the ring's servant and nothing more, bound in absolute servitude to the will that had forged his golden chain. Sauron's voice wrapped around him and told him what he would do in the centuries ahead, and he accepted those commands with the same inevitability that he had accepted the ring's first offering. He had wanted immortality and power beyond mortal measure. He had received both, but at a cost he had never imagined when Annatar first appeared in his hall with gifts and promises. The price was himself entire, every shred of identity and will and purpose surrendered to another's use. He stood and looked at his master with eyes that saw only in the wraith world now, and he understood finally that the trap had been complete from the moment he first slipped the ring onto his finger. Everything after that first touch had been merely the slow working out of an inevitable conclusion. He belonged to Sauron, now and forever. And the servitude would last until the ring itself was unmade, or the world broke beneath the weight of darkness, gathering in this chamber deep beneath the mountain's roots. A century passed in Sauron's service, and what remained of the king burned away completely. The transformation that had begun with the ring's first touch reached its final stage in chambers deep beneath the fortress, and the agony of that completion surpassed anything his mortal years could have imagined. His flesh dissolved entirely and reformed as something other, substance replaced by shadow given form through the ring's binding power. He became wraith entire, neither living nor dead, but existing in the terrible space between where Sauron's will could shape him into whatever weapon his master required. The other 8 underwent the same unmaking during those years. He sensed them in the chambers around his own, felt their transformations mirroring his as the rings completed their terrible work. They had been kings and sorcerers in their mortal lives, men of power who had reached for immortality and found this instead. Now they were becoming identical in their service, their individual identities burning away until nothing remained but 9 shadows bound to 9 rings and 1 master's purpose. Sauron summoned him when the transformation neared completion. The Dark Lord stood before a forge where heat radiated in waves that would have melted mortal flesh instantly, and he worked metal with his own hands while speaking words of power that made the very air scream. The blade taking shape on his anvil glowed white-hot and then black as void, and the king, who was no longer a king, watched as his master forged the weapon he would carry through all the ages ahead. The Morgul blade emerged from that forge, already ancient with malice. Sauron quenched it in water that boiled away instantly, and the steam that rose carried voices of torment that had no source in the living world. The blade's edge could cut more than flesh, could wound the spirit itself, and leave corruption that no healing could remove. Sauron held the weapon out, and the wraith took it in hands that had once been mortal, but were now merely shaped shadow, sustained by the ring's power. The blade felt right in his grip, despite never having held such a weapon before. It was part of him now, as the ring was part of him, an extension of the will that bound him to Sauron's service. He swung it experimentally, and shadows trailed from its edge like smoke from fire. This was a weapon meant to strike at the enemy's greatest servants, to wound elves and wizards and any who stood against the darkness gathering in Mordor's heart. Sauron sent him to the surface when his training was complete. The command came without words, but he understood it perfectly, as he understood everything his master wished of him now. He climbed the long stairs from the mountain's depths and emerged into daylight for the first time since his final transformation. The sun's touch hit him like a hammer blow and drove him to his knees with agony that tore through his shadow form. But he did not dissolve, and he did not flee. The pain was terrible, but he could endure it, could function in daylight, though diminished and suffering constantly from the sun's assault on his wraith substance. This was the final gift his master had given him, the ability to walk in daylight when necessary, to hunt enemies who thought themselves safe in the sun's protection. He rose slowly and forced his form to maintain cohesion despite the light's burning pressure. His robes hung from his shoulders, but no flesh existed beneath them anymore. Only shadow given shape through will and the ring's binding power. He looked at his hands and saw them shift and waver in the daylight. Barely present, but still functional if he concentrated on maintaining their form. They wore black robes, that hid their absence of flesh, and they moved with the same terrible grace that now marked his own movements. He sensed their presences as echoes of his own, 9 variations of the same essential wrongness. They were brothers now, in a way deeper than blood could create, bound together by the rings they wore and the master they served without question or hesitation. One thought came to him as he stood among the others beneath that burning sky. He tried to remember his name, the name he had carried in his mortal years when he ruled a kingdom and called himself a king. The memory should have been there, but he found only absence where identity had lived. He had owned a name once and ruled a realm whose borders he could no longer visualize. He had possessed sons and grandsons and subjects who spoke his name with respect or fear. All of it was gone now, scoured away by centuries of transformation until nothing remained but service to the one who had forged his chain. He reached deeper into memory and found only fragments that made no sense when assembled. A face he might have loved, a hall where he might have ruled, a crown that might have rested on his brow. But these were ghosts of ghosts, impressions too faint to grasp or hold. His mortal life had become distant as a dream remembered poorly upon waking. And even the dream was fading into nothing while he tried desperately to recall any piece of who he had been. The effort brought no result, and finally he surrendered to the emptiness. He was no one now. The man who had accepted Annatar's gift no longer existed in any meaningful sense. What remained was a weapon shaped like a man, 9 weapons shaped like men, and they would serve their master's purpose until the world broke or the rings that bound them were unmade. Identity was irrelevant for weapons. Only function mattered, only obedience to the will that had forged them in darkness beneath the mountain. Sauron's command reached him, and he moved immediately to obey. The 9 rode out from Mordor on horses black as their robes, and began the long work of breaking everything that stood against their master's return. They were the Nazgul now, the ring-wraiths, the black riders whose names would become terror in every language spoken by the free peoples. The unmaking was complete, and the long service had begun at last. The 9 rode together for the first time in the year the Eldar would count as second age 2251. They mounted horses bred in darkness that needed neither food nor rest. Beasts as corrupted as their riders and bound to service through the same terrible craft. Black robes concealed their absence of flesh, and crowns of iron sat upon their hooded heads. Marks of the royalty they had abandoned when accepting rings that promised power beyond mortality's measure. They were complete now, and Sauron sent them forth to break his enemies and build his empire across Middle-earth. The wraith who had been first to surrender emerged as chief among them without contest or debate. He had worn his ring longest and fallen deepest into shadow, and some fragment of the will that had made him a great king in his mortal years remained strong enough to mark him as their leader. The others deferred to him naturally and followed where he led, 9 shadows moving as extensions of a single terrible purpose. They needed no words between them because the rings connected their thoughts in ways that made speech unnecessary and crude. Their first conquest came swiftly. A city stood defiant against Sauron's, spreading influence, and its walls seemed strong enough to resist any mortal assault. The 9 approached at twilight when the watch changed and defenders were least vigilant. They did not bring armies or siege engines because they needed neither. Terror rode before them like a wave, and the city's courage broke before the gates even opened. Men on the walls saw 9 riders approaching through gathering. Darkness and felt fear clenched their hearts like fists around beating organs. The horses made no sound, and the riders sat perfectly still in their saddles. And something about their absolute wrongness paralyzed those who watched. Arrows flew from the walls, but fell short or passed through the riders without effect. And the defenders understood finally that they faced something arrows could not harm. The chief of the 9 raised his hand and spoke words of power that Sauron had taught him. His voice carried across the space between riders and walls, and men who heard it felt their strength drain away like water from a broken vessel. Some fell where they stood, and others fled, screaming into the city's depths. The gates opened without force being applied because those who should have held them shut could not remain near the riders without losing the will to resist. The 9 rode through streets emptied by their presence. They did not kill indiscriminately because that was not their purpose here. They sought the city's lords and found them cowering in the great hall where courage should have burned brightest. The chief dismounted and walked toward them slowly, his Morgul blade drawn and trailing shadows in his wake. The lords tried to flee, but their legs would not obey them, and they knelt instead before the wraith who had come to claim their city for his master. Surrender came without negotiation. The city's banners fell, and Sauron's mark rose in their place. And the 9 rode out again, leaving occupation forces behind to hold what terror had won. Word spread from that conquered city like ripples from a stone cast in still water. The Nazgul were abroad in the world, and no wall could stop them. No courage could stand against them. No weapon could harm them. Cities that might have resisted Sauron's armies opened their gates when the 9 approached, and kingdoms bent their knees rather than face what those 9 riders would do to defiant realms. The 9 became Sauron's iron fist in the decades that followed. They rode to every corner of Middle-earth where resistance flickered, and they crushed that resistance with efficiency that ordinary armies could never match. Their chief led them through battles where they waded through mortal soldiers like farmers harvesting wheat, and the Morgul blades drank deep of blood and spirit both. Elves learned to fear them, and men despaired at their approach. Even the proud kingdoms of Númenórean descent found their courage tested when the Black Riders appeared on their borders. The chief felt something that might have been satisfaction if satisfaction could exist. In the hollow space where his emotions had lived, he commanded power beyond anything his mortal kingship had granted, and served a master whose strength dwarfed his own completely. This was the destiny the ring had promised, the immortality he had craved when Annatar first offered his gift. He had become eternal and mighty and feared across the known world. The price seemed almost irrelevant now that so many years had passed since his transformation began. Yet sometimes in the depths of night, when even wraiths rested from their labors, fragments of memory surfaced unbidden. A woman's face he might have loved, a child's laughter he might have heard, a hall where he might have ruled with justice rather than terror. These pieces came and went like shadows passing across the moon, too brief to grasp, but present enough to suggest something lost that could never be recovered. He pushed them aside when they appeared and returned his attention to his master's work. The 9 rode on through the years, and Sauron's power grew with every city that fell before them. The Second Age belonged to darkness now, and the free peoples retreated before an advance that seemed unstoppable. The chief of the 9 sat his black horse, and surveyed lands conquered in his master's name. And he felt the ring pulse hot against his finger with approval of service rendered faithfully. He was chief of the Nazgul, greatest of the 9 servants, and he would remain so until the world broke or the rings were unmade. The transformation that had begun with Annatar's gift was complete at last, and the long service stretched ahead without visible end. "11 centuries followed, and the 9 rode through every one of them without rest or respite. They became legend and nightmare across Middle-earth, and mothers spoke their names to frighten children into obedience. The Black Riders, the Ringwraiths, the Nazgul, whose presence meant death or worse than death. Cities emptied at rumors of their approach, and armies broke before engaging them in battle. They were Sauron's will made manifest, and they served that will perfectly through all the long years of the Second Age's darkening. Barrow-wights rose from the plains of Mordor like a mountain of black iron. Sauron built his fortress with the One Rings, power, and shaped it into the greatest stronghold Middle-earth had ever known. The 9 watched that tower climb toward the sky through decades of construction. They patrolled the lands around Mordor and ensured no enemy could approach while the work continued. Their chief stood on the growing battlements sometimes and looked out over territories claimed in his master's name, and he felt satisfaction in the empire spreading under their combined strength. The tower's completion marked the height of Sauron's power in that age. Tribute flowed to Mordor from subject peoples, and armies marched under the Dark Lord's banner from kingdoms that had surrendered or been conquered. The 9 rode at the head of those armies when Sauron required their presence, and they commanded mortal troops with efficiency born of centuries, serving their master's strategic vision. No general among men or elves could match their coordination or their complete lack of mercy toward enemies who resisted. The chief led a campaign into the far north one year when a confederation of kingdoms attempted to throw off Sauron's dominion. He took 4 of the 9 with him and left the others to guard Mordor and maintain control over territories closer to the Dark Tower. The northern kingdoms had prepared for war, and their armies stood ready on a broad plain where banners snapped in cold wind. They numbered perhaps 30,000 men, and their courage burned bright despite knowing what approached them. The 5 Nazgul rode toward that assembled host in the grey hour before dawn. Their horses made no sound crossing the distance, and their robes hung motionless despite the wind that whipped at the mortal army's banners. The chief raised his hand when they reached speaking distance, and his voice rolled across the plain like thunder from a storm that promised only destruction. He offered surrender and swore quick death for those who laid down arms. But the northern kings refused, and their defiance echoed back across the space between armies. The battle that followed was not truly a battle. The Nazgul rode into the mortal army like stones cast into still water, and waves of terror radiated from them with force that shattered formation and discipline. Men fought desperately, but their weapons found no purchase on shadow flesh, and the Morgul blades harvested lives with terrible efficiency. The 5 wraiths cut through 30,000 warriors in less than an hour, and those who survived fled screaming into the northern wastes, where most died from exposure before reaching safety. The Confederation's kingdoms submitted before the month ended, and their tribute resumed, flowing to Mordor as though rebellion had never been attempted. Centuries accumulated, and the chief of the 9 lost all sense of individual years. Time became meaningless when measured against eternity, and the decades blurred together into endless service without variation or rest. He rode where Sauron commanded and killed whom his master designated as enemies. Cities fell and kingdoms bent their knees. The map of Middle-earth transformed until nearly all lands west of the Misty Mountains acknowledged Sauron's dominion, either openly or through secret tribute paid to avoid the Nazgul's attention. Yet cracks appeared in that dominion as the third millennium of the Second Age approached its end. The elves, who had retreated before Sauron's advance, began whispering rebellion in their hidden strongholds. Men from the great island of Numenor landed on Middle-earth's shores with weapons, and pride that did not break immediately before the Nine's terror. Resistance gathered in places that had seemed crushed completely, and the chief sensed his master's concern growing as enemies who should have stayed defeated began coordinating their defiance. The Nine rode harder in those years, and their campaigns grew more brutal. They struck at rebellion's roots, wherever those roots appeared, and left devastation meant to discourage future resistance. But the enemies multiplied faster than the Nine could destroy them, and even immortal servants began to feel the weight of fighting enemies who refused to accept their inevitable defeat. The chief stood in Barad-dûr's highest tower one night and looked west toward lands where new armies gathered. Storm was coming after centuries of dark peace, and even the Nazgul could not stand forever against all the free peoples if those peoples united against their common enemy. Sauron summoned the Nine and spoke of the war approaching. His voice carried no fear, but preparation filled his words. The last alliance was forming between elves and men, and that alliance would bring armies such as Middle-earth had not seen since the Elder Days. The Nine would ride at the head of Sauron's hosts and break that alliance if breaking could be accomplished. But for the first time since their transformation began, doubt touched the chief's thoughts. He pushed it aside and returned to his preparations, but the doubt remained like a shadow at the edge of vision. The dark years were ending, and fire was coming to test everything Sauron had built through the long centuries of the Second Age. The last alliance formed in the year Sauron's enemies counted as 3429, Gil-galad, High King of the Elves, and Elendil the Tall, who had escaped Numenor's. Drowning joined their peoples in common cause against the darkness spreading from Mordor. Their armies gathered on the plains of Dagolad, east of the Dead Marshes, and their numbers exceeded anything the Nine had faced in all the centuries of their service. The chief of the Nazgul rode to meet them with all 8 of his brothers beside him. They approached the Alliance's camp at twilight and expected terror to break the gathered host as it had broken every other army that faced them. But these warriors did not scatter when the Nine appeared. Elven archers loosed volleys that forced the wraiths to veer aside, and men of Númenórean blood held their formations, despite fear clawing at their courage. The first battle came 3 days later. Sauron's armies marched from Mordor with the Nine at their head, orcs and corrupted men numbering perhaps 100,000 strong. The Alliance's forces met them on open ground where neither side could claim advantage from terrain. The chief led the charge as he had led 1,000 charges before, but this time the enemy line held. Gil-galad stood at the center of his host, and his spear, Iglos, blazed with light that burned the Nine worse than sunlight ever had. Elendil commanded the right wing, and his sword, Narsil, cut through Sauron's troops with efficiency that matched the Nazgul's own terrible effectiveness. These were not common warriors breaking before the Wraith's terror. These were the greatest captains of their age, and they had come prepared to face darkness itself. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. The nine killed hundreds, but thousands more pressed forward to fill the gaps. The chief's Morgul blades struck at Gil-galad, but the Elf King turned the blow aside, and light from his spear drove the wraith back, with pain that made him scream soundlessly into the void. He retreated and tried to flank the elven position, but Elendil's cavalry intercepted him and forced another withdrawal. Night fell, and both armies pulled back to regroup. Sauron's forces had been pushed from the field, and the alliance claimed victory. The chief returned to his master's presence, diminished by failure for the first time since his transformation completed. Sauron's anger filled the chamber like heat from a forge, but his voice stayed cold when he commanded the nine to try again. The battles continued through the following years. Sauron sent his armies forth repeatedly, and the nine led every assault. Sometimes they gained ground, and sometimes the alliance drove them back. But neither side achieved decisive victory that could end the war quickly. The chief learned new respect for enemies who could stand against the Nazgul's terror and fight effectively despite the fear gnawing at their hearts. He faced Gil-galad in single combat during the 3rd year of fighting. The Elf King met him on a ridge where both armies could watch their champions clash. Light and darkness warred between them, igloos blazing against the Morgul blade's shadow, and neither could overcome the other despite strength that would have destroyed lesser opponents. They fought until both were spent, and then withdrew by unspoken agreement, neither willing to risk destruction in a contest that seemed destined for stalemate. The alliance grew stronger as more peoples joined their cause. Dwarves came from their mountain halls, and men from kingdoms that had remained neutral marched to join. Gil-galad and Elendil's host. The nine found themselves outnumbered for the first time in their long existence, and the weight of enemy forces pressed against Mordor's borders with strength that even Sauron's power could not easily break. The chief stood on Barad-dûr's walls one evening and watched enemy. Campfires spread across the plain like stars fallen to earth. They numbered beyond counting now, more warriors than he had killed in all his centuries of service. Doubt touched him again as it had touched him when the alliance first formed. These enemies would not break the way others had broken. They would fight until victory or death claimed them, and death seemed to trouble them far less than it troubled the nine who could not truly die while their rings remained intact. Sauron summoned his captains and spoke of changing strategy. The alliance was marching toward Mordor itself, and siege seemed inevitable. The nine would defend Barad-dûr's walls and break any assault the enemy attempted. Their master's confidence filled his words, but the chief sensed uncertainty beneath that confidence. The war was not going as Sauron had planned, and even the Dark Lord could not be certain of victory against enemies who had united all the free peoples under single purpose. The Alliance's armies crossed into Mordor 5 years after the war began. They came like a tide that nothing could turn aside, and their march carried them to Barad-dûr's very gates. The siege was about to begin, and the nine prepared to defend their master's fortress against the greatest host Middle-earth had assembled since the First Age ended. The chief mounted his black horse and rode to his position on the walls. 7 years of siege lay ahead, but he did not know that yet. He knew only that the alliance had come, and the real test of Sauron's power was finally at hand. The siege began in earnest, and the Alliance's armies surrounded Barad-dûr completely. Their lines stretched from the mountains to the north, down to the ash plains in the south, and no gap remained through which Sauron's forces could escape or receive reinforcement. The Dark Tower stood alone against the greatest host assembled since Morgoth's fall, and the Nine prepared to defend it until the enemy broke or the world ended. The first assault came at dawn, 3 days after the encirclement completed. Siege towers rolled toward. The walls and ladders rose against the black stone, while arrows darkened the sky. The chief of the Nazgul stood at the main gate with 4 of his brothers and waited for enemies to reach the walls. They came in waves that seemed endless, men and elves, climbing with courage that should have failed before the wraith's presence. He struck down the first warrior to reach the battlements. His Morgul blade took the man's head, and the body fell backward into the mass climbing behind. More came immediately, and he killed them as they appeared. The other 4 Nazgul fought beside him, and their blades harvested lives with terrible efficiency. But still more enemies climbed to replace each fallen warrior. The battle raged through the day and into night. The Nine could not be everywhere at once, and sections of wall fell to Alliance forces despite the Wraith's desperate defense. Sauron sent orcs to retake those sections, and bitter fighting raged in the tower's outer courtyards until the Nazgul could ride to support the defense. The enemy was pushed back finally, but only after holding portions of the wall for hours. The pattern repeated through the following weeks and months. The Alliance assaulted the walls, and the Nine rode to wherever the defense seemed weakest. Sometimes they held immediately, and sometimes enemy forces gained temporary footholds that required brutal fighting to eliminate. Neither side could achieve decisive advantage, and the siege settled into grinding attrition that consumed lives by the hundreds daily. Years passed and the fighting never ceased. The Alliance rotated fresh troops to the front, while those who had fought rested in camps far from the walls. The Nine knew no rest and no rotation. They fought constantly through all the long years, defending their master's fortress against enemies who would not abandon the siege, despite losses that would have broken any mortal army's will. The chief felt weariness for the first time since his transformation completed. Wraiths should not tire, but the endless fighting drained something from him that mere battle had never touched. He fought through day and night without pause, killing enemies until his blade grew heavy in his hands and his shadow form wavered with exhaustion that should have been impossible. The 3rd year of siege brought the worst assault yet attempted. Gil-galad himself led the attack, and his presence on the walls turned the battle into slaughter. Elven warriors poured through gaps, his spear opened, and the Nine struggled to contain the breakthrough. The chief faced the Elf King again, and their battle shook the stones beneath their feet. Light blazed against shadow, and neither could overcome the other. But Gil-galad's forces gained more ground than any previous assault had achieved. Sauron came forth from the tower's depths that day. The Dark Lord walked among his defending troops, and his presence drove them to fight with renewed fury. The Alliance's advance stalled, and then reversed under that terrible pressure. Gil-galad was forced to withdraw, and the walls held, but the cost had been enormous for both sides. The siege ground on through its 4th and 5th years. The dead piled in heaps before the walls, and the stench of rot filled the air constantly. Neither army could bury all their fallen, and corpses lay where they dropped. The chief rode over fields of bodies and felt nothing at the waist. He had killed too many over too many years for individual deaths to register as tragedy. The 6th year brought signs that the Alliance's will was finally weakening. Their assaults came less frequently and with less conviction. The 9 sensed victory approaching if they could hold just a little longer. But Sauron seemed troubled despite the enemy's apparent faltering. He gathered his captains and spoke of gathering all remaining strength for one final confrontation that would break the siege decisively. The 7th year arrived and both sides prepared for the end. The Alliance's forces looked diminished from 7 years of brutal fighting, but their discipline remained intact. The 9 had survived every battle, but they too showed signs of the long war's cost. Their robes hung torn and stained, their horses stumbled with weariness, and their shadow forms flickered more than they had before the siege began. The chief stood on the walls one final time and looked out over the besieging army. 7 years of fighting had accomplished nothing decisive. The Alliance remained and Barrow-wights stood. Something would break soon, and he could not tell which side would shatter first. The ring burned hot against his finger, and Sauron's will pressed against him with demands for victory. The siege was ending, but how it would end remained uncertain. The final battle approached, and it would determine everything. Sauron came forth from Barrow-wights in the 7th year's final days, and the world trembled at his presence. He had remained within the Dark Tower throughout the siege, but now he walked onto the battlefield in his full, terrible majesty. The heat of him made the air shimmer, and his shadow stretched across the plain like nightfall come early. The Alliance's armies faltered when they saw him. Even warriors who had fought for 7 years felt courage drain away before power that dwarfed anything they had faced. The 9 rode to their master's side and felt insignificant beside his greatness. They were shadows, but he was the darkness from which all shadows came. Gil-galad and Elendil advanced to meet him. The 2 greatest captains of the age walked side by side toward the Dark Lord, and their weapons blazed with light that stood against his darkness. Even warriors who had fought for 7 years felt courage drain away before power that dwarfed anything they had faced. The 9 rode to their master's side and felt insignificant beside his greatness. They were shadows, but he was the darkness from which all shadows came. Gil-galad and Elendil advanced to meet him. The 2 greatest captains of the age walked side by side toward the Dark Lord, and their weapons blazed with light that stood against his darkness. This battle was the Dark Lord's alone, and he would accept no assistance even from his greatest servants. The 9 watched helplessly as their master fought for his existence against enemies who refused to fall. Sauron's mace struck Gil-galad, and the Elf King fell. His armor crumpled under the impact, and his spear clattered from his hands. But he rose again with effort that spoke of will beyond mortal measure. Elendil pressed the attack, while Gil-galad recovered, and Narsil opened wounds that bled darkness instead of blood. The fight continued until all 3 combatants staggered with exhaustion. Sauron's strength was failing for the first time in all the ages of his existence. Gil-galad and Elendil were dying, but they fought on through mortal wounds that should have dropped them already. The 3 came together one final time in mutual desperation. Sauron's mace fell and crushed Gil-galad completely. The Elf King died, but his spear struck even as he fell. The blade pierced Sauron's chest, and the Dark Lord screamed with rage and agony. Elendil swung Narsil with his last strength, and the sword cut deep into Sauron's side. The Dark Lord fell and took Elendil with him. The three lay tangled together in death or near death, while both armies stood frozen. Then Isildur ran forward toward where his father had fallen. The chief of the Nazgul watched as Elendil's son reached Sauron's body. Isildur took up Nazgul's broken blade and looked at the Dark Lord's hand where the one ring blazed with power. The ring that ruled all other rings, the ring that bound the nine in absolute servitude. Isildur swung the broken blade and cut the ring from Sauron's hand. The finger fell away, and Sauron's form collapsed into nothingness, like smoke dispersing in wind. The Dark Lord was gone, and only the ring remained glittering in the mud and blood. The chief felt his master fall through the ring's connection. The presence that had filled his existence for thousands of years vanished instantly and completely. Power that had sustained him through all the centuries of his service drained away until he could barely maintain his form. His black horse stumbled, and he nearly fell from the saddle. All nine Nazgul felt the same devastating loss simultaneously. Their master was gone, and the rings that bound them lost their anchor. They were still wraiths, but wraiths without purpose or direction. The power that had made them terrible weapons evaporated like morning dew under summer sun. The Alliance's armies saw the nine weaken and charged. The wraiths fled before that charge because they lacked strength to resist. The chief led his brothers in retreat toward Mordor's borders, and the Alliance let them go. Victory was complete without pursuing shadow servants who had lost their master's sustaining power. The nine fled into darkness while the Alliance celebrated triumph on the battlefield behind them. 7 years of siege had ended in single combat, and the Dark Lord, who had seemed invincible, lay unmade by the broken blade of Narsil. The chief rode through ash and ruin with his brothers, and felt only emptiness where Sauron's presence had burned. They were defeated utterly and scattered into hiding, while the Alliance remade the world their master had tried to conquer. The nine fled east from Dagorlad and scattered like leaves before stormwind. They rode through the night and into the mountains beyond Mordor's borders, seeking darkness deep enough to hide what they had become. The Alliance did not pursue them because the war was won, and the wraiths seemed broken beyond any threat they might pose. The chief of the Nazgul led his brothers away from the battlefield, and then they separated, each seeking his own refuge from a world suddenly hostile to their existence. The chief found a cave in the Ethel Dwarf where sunlight never reached. He dismounted, and his black horse collapsed immediately, dead or dying from exhaustion that Sauron's power had held at bay for centuries. He left the beast where it fell and walked deeper into the mountain's darkness until stone surrounded him completely. He crouched in that cave and felt emptiness consume him. Sauron's presence had filled every moment of his existence since surrendering in the fortress beneath Mordor. Now that presence was gone, and nothing remained to give his continued existence meaning or purpose. He was a weapon without a hand to wield him, a servant without a master to serve. Days passed, and he did not move. His shadow form required no food or water, but it needed direction, and he possessed none. The ring still bound him to half-life between death and true existence. But without Sauron's will animating him, he could barely function. He sat in darkness and waited for something to change. Years accumulated in that cave. He lost count of them because counting seemed pointless when every day was identical to the last. Sometimes he thought he heard voices calling from the world outside, but he could not tell if they were real or memories surfacing from the wreckage of his mind. The isolation pressed against him worse than any torment Sauron had ever inflicted. He tried once to emerge during daylight. The sun's touch struck him like hammers and drove him back into the cave before he had taken 3 steps from the entrance. Without Sauron's power sustaining him, daylight had become completely unbearable. He was trapped in darkness now, unable to walk in sun, even diminished as he had managed during his master's reign. Other Nazgul hid in their own refuges scattered across Middle-earth. He could not sense them anymore without Sauron's will connecting their thoughts. They might as well have been dead for all the contact he had with his brothers. The 9 had become 9 isolated wraiths waiting helplessly for purpose that might never return. The Second Age ended and the Third Age began while he crouched in his cave. He felt the transition somehow through the ring's connection to the world's deep patterns. Time itself shifted, and the age of Sauron's dominion gave way to an age of diminished power. The Alliance had won completely and remade Middle-earth according to their vision. He wondered sometimes if Sauron was truly gone forever, or if the Dark Lord might return. The ring had been cut from his master's hand, but Isildur had taken it rather than destroying it. As long as the ring existed somewhere in the world, some thread connected the 9 to their master's purpose. But that thread was so thin he could barely sense it, and hope seemed foolish after defeat so absolute. Decades passed in the cave's darkness. He remained because he had nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. The world outside belonged to those who had defeated him. Elves and men held dominion now, and they would destroy him instantly if he emerged from hiding. He was powerless and purposeless, reduced to merely existing without any reason for that existence. Centuries followed the decades. He began to forget what it felt like to move or act or serve. The isolation eroded what remained of his identity until he could barely remember being chief of the Nazgul. He was just shadow now, waiting in darkness for an end that would not come while the ring still bound him to half-life. Sometimes in the depths of his isolation, fragments of even older memories surfaced. A kingdom he had ruled before rings or darkness touched him. A name he had owned before becoming merely a weapon. These pieces came and went like dreams, too distant to grasp, but present enough to remind him that he had been something other than this once. The memories brought no comfort. They only emphasized how far he had fallen from whatever he had been in the mortal years he could no longer clearly recall. The Third Age deepened, and still he waited. The ring existed somewhere beyond his knowledge, and while it existed, he could not die. He was bound to continued existence without purpose or direction, trapped in darkness because light would destroy him. The scattering was complete, and the 9 had become nothing more than shadows waiting for a master who might never return. The chief sat in his cave and endured because enduring was all that remained to him now. A 1,000 years passed in the cave, and the chief of the Nazgul barely noticed their passing. Time lost all meaning when every moment was identical to every other. He existed rather than lived, a shadow maintaining form through the ring's binding power, but possessing no purpose beyond simple continuation. The centuries accumulated like dust settling in an abandoned hall. He did not sleep because wraiths required no sleep. He did not eat or drink or move unless necessity forced motion upon him. He simply was, a presence in darkness that served no function and fulfilled no destiny. The ring pulsed against his finger with faint rhythm that marked the only change in his static existence. Sometimes he tried to count the years, but lost track after mere decades. Numbers became meaningless when stretched across such duration. A year and a century felt identical when nothing distinguished one span from another. He gave up counting finally and surrendered to the timeless quality of his isolation. The world outside continued without him. Kingdoms rose and fell beyond his knowledge. Wars were fought and peace was made. Men lived their brief spans and died forgotten. The Third Age deepened, and the Alliance's victory reshaped Middle-earth into forms he would not have recognized. All of this happened while he crouched in darkness and waited for nothing. He emerged one night when something drove him from the cave's depths. Perhaps curiosity, or perhaps simple restlessness after centuries of complete inaction. He walked to the cave mouth and looked out at a night sky he had not seen in hundreds of years. Stars wheeled overhead in patterns that seemed strange to eyes that had watched only stone for so long. The mountains beyond his refuge looked unchanged. Stone endured where flesh failed, and kingdoms that had existed when he first entered this cave were gone as though they had never been. He wondered briefly if any of the other Nazgul had survived the long centuries, or if they too crouched in caves scattered across Middle-earth, waiting for purpose that would never return. He walked a short distance from the cave under night's protection. The land felt empty of the evil that had marked Mordor's borders in his master's time. The Alliance had cleansed these regions and built new settlements in places where darkness once ruled. Even the air tasted different, cleaner somehow, as though Sauron's fall had purified the world itself. A village stood perhaps a mile distant, and lights flickered in windows where families gathered for evening meals. He watched those lights and felt nothing at the warmth they represented. Once he had been a king who ruled such villages and protected such families. Now he was merely a shadow observing life from outside its boundaries, unable to participate and no longer desiring to try. He returned to his cave before dawn could catch him exposed. The brief emergence had shown him how completely the world had moved beyond his relevance. He belonged to a defeated age, and the Third Age had no place for servants of a fallen master. The cave's darkness welcomed him back, and he settled into his accustomed position against the stone wall. More centuries passed after that single night's exploration. He did not emerge again because emergence had proven pointless. The world continued, and he remained static. Nothing he might do could change that fundamental truth. He was trapped between death and life, unable to achieve either state, while the ring bound him to continued existence. His memories faded further during those empty years. He forgot his brother's presence, and whether 9 Nazgul had ever truly ridden together. He forgot his master's voice and the purpose that had driven him through the Second Age. He forgot campaigns and conquests and the terror his presence had once inspired. Everything dissolved into grey sameness that made past and present indistinguishable. Only the ring remained constant. It pulsed against his finger and proved his existence had basis in reality rather than fading dream. As long as he felt that pulse, he knew he still was, even if what he was had become impossible to define. Wraith, shadow, memory of evil, remnant of defeated darkness. All these terms fit equally well or equally poorly. The first millennium of the Third Age ended, and he did not mark its passing. Time had become his enemy and his prison both, stretching endlessly ahead without variation or relief. He existed in the cave, and the cave existed in the mountains, and the mountains existed in a world that had forgotten him completely. This was his punishment for accepting Annatar's gift so many ages ago. Not death or torture, but simple continuation without purpose through all the empty years until the world itself ended, or the ring that bound him was finally unmade. Something changed in the world, and the chief felt it through the ring's connection to patterns deeper than stone or time. The pulse that had marked simple continuation for 1,000 years suddenly carried new rhythm. The change was subtle at first, barely noticeable against the endless sameness of his isolation. But it was there, and it grew stronger with each passing week. He lifted his head for the first time in decades and focused on the sensation. The ring burned slightly warmer against his finger, and its pulse quickened like a heartbeat responding to exertion. Something was moving in Middle-earth after centuries of stillness. Something dark was waking from sleep as long as his own. The stirring continued through months that followed. He began tracking time again, because the changes gave him reason to measure duration. Each week brought stronger pulses through the ring, and each month brought clearer sense of direction. The source lay west and slightly north of his refuge, far beyond the mountains but within the borders of Middle-earth's known lands. He stood finally and walked to the cave's mouth. Night covered the world outside, and he stepped into it without the hesitation that had marked his last emergence centuries ago. The stirring pulled at him with force that woke something in his shadow form that had been dormant since Sauron's fall. Purpose was returning, and with it came the possibility that his long waiting might finally end. The sensation grew stronger through the following years. By the 10th year of its presence, he could identify its general location. Something had established itself in the great forest east of the Misty Mountains, in the southern regions where darkness had always lingered at the edges. The forest's name had been Greenwood once, but now men called it Mirkwood for the shadow gathering beneath its trees. He recognized the quality of that darkness. It tasted familiar, despite centuries separating him from its last presence in the world. This was not some minor evil or lesser servant establishing territory. This was power of a kind. Middle-earth had not seen since the last alliance broke Sauron's strength on Dagorlad's blood-soaked plain. Hope stirred in him for the first time since the scattering. His master had fallen, but perhaps not permanently. The One Ring had survived Isildur's hand, and its survival meant Sauron could not be destroyed completely while it endured. Perhaps the Dark Lord had finally gathered enough strength to manifest in the world again. The stirring strengthened through decades. By the 40th year, it pulsed constantly through the ring's connection, and the chief felt his strength beginning to return. Not fully and not quickly, but the restoration had begun. Purpose flowed into him like water filling a dry vessel, and the terrible numbness of the empty years started lifting at last. He emerged from the cave permanently in the 50th year since the stirring began. Night remained his only safe time, but he could move freely in darkness now, without the complete lethargy that had marked the previous millennium. The ring pulled him west toward the source of the disturbance, and he followed that pull because following was what servants did. Other presences moved through the darkness. He sensed them at the edges of perception, familiar signatures that could only belong to his brother wraiths. They too had felt the stirring and emerged from whatever refuges had sheltered them through the empty years. The nine were waking and gathering toward the source that called to them through rings that had bound them since the Second Age. He traveled west through mountain passes and across lands that had changed beyond recognition during his 1,000 years of hiding. The kingdoms that had fought in the last alliance were gone, replaced by younger realms that did not remember Sauron's name or fear the Nazgul's return. The world had forgotten the terror the nine had once represented. The stirring grew stronger as he approached its source. By the time he reached Mirkwood's borders, the sensation burned hot through the ring, and pulled at him with force that made resistance impossible. He entered the forest and walked through darkness that felt welcoming after so long in empty isolation. This was home in ways the cave had never been, darkness that served purpose rather than simply existing. A fortress rose in Mirkwood's southern reaches. Dol Guldur men would call it later, the Hill of Sorcery, but now it was simply a stronghold where power gathered. The chief approached its gates and felt certainty settle over him. His master had returned to Middle-earth, diminished but present. The long waiting was finished and service could begin again. The empty years were ending and purpose burned bright once more through the ring that had never released its hold on his shadow form. The stirring had become summoning, and he would answer as he had always answered when his master called. The chief entered Dol Guldur and descended stairs that led deep beneath the hill. The fortress was crude compared to Barrow-wights's majesty, but it served its purpose well enough. Darkness pooled thick in the lower chambers, and something moved within that darkness. A presence he recognized, despite how diminished it had become. Sauron waited in a chamber lit by sickly green flames. The Dark Lord no longer wore the terrible form he had possessed during the last alliance. He appeared as shadow and suggestion now, barely present in the physical world. But his voice carried the same absolute authority it had always held when addressing his servants. The chief knelt without hesitation or thought. His master had returned and service resumed as though the 1,000 years of waiting had been merely days. Sauron spoke of his slow recovery and the work ahead. The One Ring was lost somewhere in Middle-earth, and finding it was paramount. But first they must rebuild strength enough to search openly. Other Nazgul arrived over the following decades. They came one by one from caves and ruins where they had hidden through the empty years. Each recognized his brothers despite the centuries of separation. The nine gathered slowly in Dol Guldur, and their presence strengthened Sauron's power just as his presence restored their strength. The chief watched his brothers arrive and felt something approaching satisfaction. They were diminished from what they had been in the Second Age, but they were together again. The nine could function as unit once more, rather than isolated wraiths waiting alone in darkness. Purpose flowed through them and made their shadow forms more solid. Sauron remained hidden from the world beyond Mirkwood. He called himself the Necromancer when mortals spoke of him and let them believe he was merely some lesser evil establishing territory in the haunted forest. The White Council would grow concerned eventually, but for now they did not understand what had returned to Middle-earth. The nine served their master's rebuilding efforts. They gathered orcs and corrupted men to populate Dol Guldur and defend its borders. They raided settlements on Mirkwood's edges and spread terror that kept curious enemies away from the fortress. The work was simple compared to their service in the Second Age, but it served its purpose. Sauron summoned the chief after a century of such service. The Dark Lord spoke of vengeance and strategy, both. Arna remained in the north. The kingdom descended from Elendil, who had cut the ring from Sauron's hand. That kingdom must be destroyed utterly to repay the last alliance's victory. The Nine would accomplish this destruction, but subtly, building power in secret while Arna slowly weakened. The mission filled the chief with purpose, stronger than anything he had felt since the scattering. Destroying Elendil's kingdom would be vengeance for defeat that still burned in memory. He would break the North the way the North had broken his master's empire. The work would take centuries, but time meant nothing to servants who measured their existence in ages. Sauron commanded him to go north and establish a realm of terror. The other Nazgul would remain at Dol Guldur for now, supporting the necromancer's slow gathering of strength. But the chief would go alone initially and build the foundation for Arna's eventual destruction. He would take mortal form again and call himself king so that men would follow him. He would make himself into a weapon aimed at the North's heart. The chief accepted the mission without question or hesitation. Service was his nature, and destroying Arna would serve his master perfectly. He prepared to leave Dol Guldur and journey north into lands he had not walked since before the last alliance formed. The North would not recognize him after so many centuries, but they would learn to fear him soon enough. He departed in the year the elves counted as 1250. 2 centuries had passed since first entering Dol Guldur, and those years had restored enough strength that he could function independently. The other 8 Nazgul watched him leave, and he felt their presence supporting him even as distance separated them again. They were connected through their rings and through their master's will, and that connection would endure across whatever distance his mission required. The chief rode north through lands changed utterly from what he remembered. Arna had divided into 3 kingdoms during the centuries of his hiding, and those kingdoms quarreled among themselves. Weakness showed in their division, and he would exploit that weakness until nothing remained. The North would fall, and Sauron would have his vengeance for Gil-galad and Elendil both. The summoning was complete, and the real work was beginning at last. The chief travelled north for months and studied the kingdoms that had risen from Arna's division. 3 realms now occupied lands that Elendil's heirs had once ruled united. Arthedain held the northwest with its capital at Fornost. Cardolan claimed the south between the Brandywine and Greyflood rivers. Rhudaur controlled the northeast along the Misty Mountains' western slopes. They had divided Arnor among Isildur's descendants, and their division was the North's fatal weakness. He watched from darkness as the 3 kingdoms quarreled over borders and royal succession. Each claimed supremacy over the others, and none possessed strength to enforce that claim. They maintained separate armies and pursued separate interests. Unity had died with the last alliance's passing, and nothing remained. To bind these fractured realms together against common threat, the chief saw opportunity in their division. 3 weak kingdoms could be destroyed individually, where one strong realm might have resisted. He would build power in secret and strike when the North was most vulnerable. Sauron's vengeance would come slowly but completely, grinding Elendil's legacy into dust over centuries of patient work. He travelled beyond the 3 kingdoms into the northern wastes where few men dwelt. Mountains rose from frozen plains, and valleys cut deep between their peaks. This was wilderness that knew no king's law and harbored creatures that served darkness naturally. Here he could build his stronghold without immediate interference from Arthedain's watch. The location suited his purposes perfectly. Mountains provided natural fortification, and the cold deterred settlement by common folk. Yet the land sat close enough to the three kingdoms that armies could march from here to their borders within weeks. This would be his base, and from here he would launch the campaigns that would destroy the north entirely. He began gathering followers in the wasteland's depths. Orcs came first, creatures that had hidden in the mountains since Morgoth's fall and multiplied slowly in darkness. They recognized the power he carried and bent their knees without resistance. His presence offered them purpose beyond mere survival, and they followed eagerly where he led. Evil men came next. Outlaws and fugitives who had fled the three kingdoms' justice and scraped out existence in the northern wastes. He offered them revenge against the realms that had exiled them. His promises of plunder and dominion drew them to his banner despite the wrongness radiating from his shadow form. Hillmen from the eastern mountains joined his growing host. These were descendants of folk who had served Morgoth in the Elder. Days and they remembered ancient hatreds passed down through countless generations. They hated the kingdoms of Númenórean blood and welcomed a master who would lead them against those hated enemies. The chief took mortal form again for the first time since the last alliance. The transformation required concentration and caused pain that racked his shadow substance, but he forced flesh to appear around the emptiness at his core. The form was imperfect and would not bear close inspection, but from distance he appeared human enough to inspire followers who needed a king they could see. He named himself the Witch-king of Angmar. The title served multiple purposes and announced his nature to those who could comprehend such things. Witch-king because his power derived from sorcery rather than rightful inheritance. Angmar for the realm he was building in these frozen wastes. A name in the old tongue meaning Iron Home. The title would become terror in time, but now it was simply identification. A fortress rose in the mountains over decades of labor. His followers built with stone, quarried from the peaks, and mortared with malice. The work progressed slowly because he demanded secrecy above speed. The three kingdoms must not discover his presence until he was ready to strike. Angmar would emerge fully formed and ready for war rather than growing obviously over years that might permit organized resistance. He trained his followers in warfare during the building years. Orcs learned discipline they had never known under lesser commanders. Men learned to fight in formation rather than as scattered raiders. The hillmen remembered tactics their ancestors had used in Morgoth's service. The chief shaped them into an army capable of facing the three kingdoms' forces and prevailing through coordination and ferocity. 50 years passed in this preparation. By the year 1300 of the Third Age, Angmar stood complete and ready. Thousands of orcs and men filled its halls and marched in its courtyards. The fortress bristled with weapons forged in darkness and stored against the day when war would begin. The Witch-king sat on his iron throne and looked south toward the kingdoms that did not yet know their doom approached. Sauron's will reached him across the distance and approved his work. The foundation was laid and the weapon was forged. Now came the time to use it. Arna would fall slowly and completely, broken piece by piece, until nothing remained of Elendor's legacy in the north. The mission was ready to begin, and the Witch-king of Angmar would fulfill his master's command with patience and precision that would make the destruction absolute. The North's doom had arrived, though they did not know it yet. Angmar emerged in the year 1300, and the North learned that a new kingdom had risen in the wastes beyond their borders. Messengers carried word south to the three divided realms that a king ruled in the mountains and commanded armies numbered in thousands. The reports seemed impossible at first, because the northern wastes could not support such population. But scouts confirmed the messages and brought back tales of a fortress carved from living stone and filled with warriors eager for war. The Witch-king sat his iron throne and received envoys from the three kingdoms who came to assess this unexpected neighbor. They rode north with wariness, but also with arrogance born of Númenórean blood. These were heirs of Elendil, who had helped break Sauron himself, and they did not fear some upstart kingdom in the frozen wastes. The envoys entered Angmar's hall, and their confidence died the moment they saw the figure waiting on the Iron Throne. The Witch-king wore mortal form, but wrongness radiated from him despite flesh covering shadow. His presence pressed against them like physical weight, and the air around him shimmered with barely contained malice. They understood immediately that this was no ordinary king establishing ordinary realm. He spoke to them of borders and tribute, of peace bought through submission or war that would come through defiance. His voice carried cold certainty that made threats into simple statements of inevitable fact. The envoys tried to maintain diplomatic composure, but fear showed plain on their faces when they thought he was not watching. They departed with promises to carry his words to their respective kings, but everyone in that hall knew what their answer would be. The three kingdoms rejected his demands and united briefly in common cause against this new threat. They sent armies north to destroy Angmar before it could threaten their borders seriously. The forces numbered perhaps 15,000 men combined, more than sufficient to crush any ordinary power attempting to establish itself in the wastes. The Witch-king met them in a valley 3 days' march from his fortress. His armies had gathered on the heights above the pass where the northern kingdom's forces advanced. Orcs and men filled those heights in numbers that matched the army below, and the Witch-king sat his black horse at the valley's head where all could see him clearly. The battle began at dawn. The northern kingdoms advanced in good order, with cavalry on their flanks and infantry holding the center. Their commanders had fought orcs before, and they moved with confidence born of past victories. But they had never faced orcs led by a Nazgul, who had commanded armies for thousands of years. The Witch-king struck at their center with timing that shattered their formation. His forces poured down from the heights at precise moments that turned organized advance into chaos. He rode through the battle himself, and his Morgul blade harvested lives, while terror broke morale wherever he appeared. Men who should have stood and fought fled screaming instead, because his presence was too terrible for courage to withstand. The battle lasted 3 hours and ended in complete rout. 5,000 northern soldiers died in that valley, and the rest fled south, carrying tales of the horror they had faced. The Witch-king let them run because fleeing soldiers would spread fear more effectively than corpses could. The North needed to understand what had risen in their midst, and survivors would teach that lesson better than victory parades. Word spread through the three kingdoms of the disaster. The army sent to destroy Angmar had been destroyed itself. The Witch-king was real, and his power exceeded anything they had prepared to face. Panic touched the northern courts as they realized their division had left them vulnerable to a threat they could not easily counter. The Witch King returned to his fortress and continued building Angmar's strength. He sent raiding parties against border settlements to keep pressure constant. His forces tested the three kingdoms' defenses and learned their weaknesses. The North scrambled to organize proper response, but their division prevented effective coordination. He was king again after centuries of hiding powerless in mountain caves. The mortal kingship he had abandoned in the Second Age had returned in corrupted form. He ruled through terror rather than justice, and his subjects served from fear rather than loyalty. But he wore a crown again and commanded armies again, and the power he wielded made his ancient mortal realm seem trivial by comparison. Angmar established itself as permanent presence in the north during that first year. The three kingdoms could not dislodge it, and they lacked unity to mount serious challenge. The Witch King had accomplished his initial goal and secured his stronghold. Now came the long work of destroying Elendel's legacy completely. The north would fall slowly over centuries, but it would fall. He was patient and immortal, and the divided kingdoms were neither. Time itself had become his weapon, and he would wield it with precision that would make Sauron proud. Decades passed, and Angmar grew stronger, while the three kingdoms weakened through division and endless raiding. The Witch King sent small forces south every few months to burn villages and kill defenders. The attacks kept the northern realms constantly alert and drained their resources. Every harvest season brought raids, and every spring saw border settlements torched. The north bled slowly from 1,000 small wounds that never healed before new cuts opened. The three kingdoms tried to coordinate their defense, but ancient rivalries prevented effective cooperation. Arthedain claimed supremacy over the others as senior heir of Isildur's line. Cardolan rejected that claim and insisted on equal status. Rhudaur grew resentful of both, and sometimes ignored calls for unified response. They held councils and made agreements, but those agreements dissolved when individual interests conflicted with common good. The Witch King watched their division from his iron throne and felt satisfaction in their self-inflicted weakness. He had built Angmar specifically to exploit this fracture in the North's unity. Each kingdom possessed strength to resist him individually, but they would not combine that strength until too late. Their pride would destroy them more effectively than his armies could. He sent his forces against Rhudaur, most frequently because that kingdom was weakest and most resentful of its neighbors. Raids there went unpunished longer because Arthedain and Cardolan responded slowly to calls for aid. The pattern taught Rhudaur that its supposed allies cared little for its survival. Bitterness grew in that kingdom, and the Witch King nurtured that bitterness through careful application of pressure and occasional mercy. Angmar's population increased as more orcs descended from the mountains and more men fled south to serve the Witch King. His fortress expanded and his armies drilled constantly in valleys hidden from southern eyes. He built strength slowly and carefully because rushing would alert the north to how serious the threat had become. Better to let them believe Angmar was a manageable problem than desperate crisis demanding immediate unified response. The Witch King rode south personally sometimes to lead raids that needed his presence. His appearance on battlefields caused panic that ordinary commanders could not inspire. Men threw down weapons and fled when they saw him approaching. Those who stood and fought died quickly because mortal courage could not stand long against terror radiating from his shadow-wrapped form. He returned from such raids with satisfaction warming what passed for his emotions. He was doing Sauron's work perfectly, and the North was dying by degrees. Each generation grew slightly weaker than the last. Each passing year saw fewer young men available to defend borders. The three kingdoms were hollowing from within while maintaining facades of strength. Arthedain attempted to reunite the divided realms under single rule during the 40th year of Angmar's existence. Its king proposed marriage alliances and formal subordination that would restore Arna's ancient unity. But Cardolan rejected the terms as too favorable to Arthedain, and Rhudaur refused to acknowledge any overlord. The attempt collapsed in acrimony that left the three kingdoms more divided than before. The Witch-king received reports of this failure and allowed himself brief amusement. They would unite eventually when desperation forced them to abandon pride. But by then Angmar would be too strong for their combined forces to defeat. The timing would work perfectly if he maintained pressure without triggering the crisis that would force genuine cooperation. He sent his commanders south with orders to continue the grinding war. Burn villages, but avoid major battles. Kill defenders, but do not threaten the kingdom's capitals. Keep them bleeding and desperate, but not desperate enough to truly unite. The strategy required patience, but patience was the one resource he possessed in unlimited supply. The years accumulated, and Angmar's strength doubled and then tripled. New fortifications rose in the mountain passes, and watchtowers marked the borders between his realm and the divided kingdoms to the south. His domain looked permanent now, rather than temporary threat. Maps drawn in southern courts showed Angmar's borders clearly and acknowledged its existence as established fact. Default text: the three kingdoms continued their slow failing. Young men who should have become farmers or craftsmen died in border skirmishes instead. Fields went unplowed because workers had been killed or conscripted. Trade dried up as merchants avoided roads that raiders haunted constantly. The North was dying, and its people knew it, but they could not stop the decline while fighting both Angmar and each other. The Witch-king sat his throne and planned the next phase of his campaign. 56 years had passed since Angmar's emergence, and the foundation was laid perfectly. The North was weakened beyond recovery and divided beyond repair. Soon would come the time for major assault rather than grinding raids. The three kingdoms would fall, and Elendel's legacy would be erased from Middle-earth. Sauron's vengeance approached its fulfillment, and the Witch-king would deliver it as he had delivered. Everything his master demanded through all the long ages of his service. The raids became battles in the year 1356. The Witch-king sent armies south in force, rather than small raiding parties. His troops numbered 5,000 in the first assault, and they struck at Rhudaur's border. Fortresses with coordination that overwhelmed the defenders. 3 strongholds fell in a single week, and Angmar's forces pushed deep into Rhudaur's territory before withdrawing with prisoners and plunder. Rhudaur called desperately for aid from its supposed allies. Arthedain sent troops after 3 weeks of deliberation, but they arrived too late to prevent the fortress's fall. Cardolan sent no aid at all because its own borders were under pressure. Rhudaur's king understood finally that his kingdom stood alone despite ancient treaties. The Witch-king exploited that isolation ruthlessly. He sent emissaries to Rhudaur's court with offers of alliance against the other 2 kingdoms. The terms were generous, considering Angmar's military advantage. Rhudaur could keep its lands and rule its people if it acknowledged the Witch-king's supremacy and provided troops for campaigns against Arthedain and Cardolan. Rhudaur's nobility split on the question. Some urged acceptance because survival mattered more than pride. Others demanded resistance despite the odds. The debate tore the kingdom's court apart and weakened it further. The Witch-king waited patiently while Rhudaur destroyed itself through internal conflict. Cardolan faced its own crisis during these years. Angmar's forces struck repeatedly at its northeastern borders, while raiders from Dunland harassed its western regions. The kingdom lacked troops to defend both fronts simultaneously. Villages burned and refugees fled south toward the Brandywine. Cardolan's strength bled away faster than Arthedain's or even Rhudaur's, because geography placed it between multiple threats. Arthedain alone maintained effective resistance. Its armies held their borders and sometimes pushed into Angmar's territory on punitive raids. The kingdom's Númenórean bloodline ran strongest there, and its warriors fought with discipline born of generations, defending against northern evil. But Arthedain could not defend the other two kingdoms while protecting its own lands. The Witch-king tested Arthedain's strength in a major battle near the Weather Hills. He led 10,000 troops against an Arthedain army of similar size. The battle lasted from dawn until dusk, and casualties mounted on both sides. Arthedain's forces held their ground but could not break Angmar's lines. The Witch-king withdrew at nightfall with his army intact and valuable intelligence about Arthedain's capabilities. He learned that Arthedain could match his forces in open battle if numbers were equal, but Angmar could replace losses faster than Arthedain because orcs bred quickly and corrupted men arrived constantly from eastern lands. Time favored him, and he used it to grind down the kingdom that should have united the north. Rhudaur collapsed into civil war during the 1370s. Pro-Angmar factions seized control of key fortresses and invited the Witch-king's troops to garrison them. Loyalist forces fought to reclaim their kingdom, but they were outnumbered and unsupported. Within a decade, Rhudaur existed in name only. The Witch-king controlled its territory through puppet rulers who served his interests completely. Cardolan retreated steadily through the 1380s and 1390s. Its northern regions fell entirely under Angmar's control. The Brandywine became its effective border, and the kingdom fortified the eastern bank desperately. But the retreat continued, and Cardolan's power diminished with each mile of abandoned territory. Arthedain fought alone now against an enemy that controlled or influenced two of the three kingdoms that had divided Arna. The Witch-king's plan was working perfectly. He had broken the North's unity and turned its pieces against each other. Only Arthedain remained a serious obstacle to complete domination. He prepared for the great assault that would break all three kingdoms simultaneously. The planning took years and involved coordinating attacks across hundreds of miles. Rhudaur's puppet forces would strike from the east, while Angmar's main army drove south through the center. Cardolan would face invasion from north and west. Arthedain would be surrounded and crushed between multiple threats. The assault was scheduled for the year 1409. More than a century had passed since. Angmar's emergence in the north was ready to fall. The Witch-king had built his strength and positioned his forces. The three kingdoms were divided and weakened beyond recovery. This would be the blow that shattered them completely. He sat his iron throne and reviewed the battle plans one final time. Everything was prepared, and his commanders understood their roles. Sauron's vengeance would be delivered in full measure. Elendor's legacy would be erased from the north, and Arnor would cease to exist, except as memory. The first blood had been drawn through decades of grinding war. Now came the time for the killing stroke that would end the North's resistance forever. The plague came to Middle-earth in the year 1636, and the Witch-king heard of it before it reached the north. His spies in southern lands sent word of cities emptying and trade roads lined with corpses. The disease killed within days of infection, and no healer's skill could slow its progress. It swept northward like a tide, and nothing stood in its path. The first cases appeared in Cardolan's southern villages during late summer. Merchants returning from Gondor brought the sickness with them, and it spread before anyone recognized the danger. Within a week, entire households lay dead. Within a month, the disease had reached Cardolan's capital and begun harvesting lives there. The Witch-king watched from Angmar's heights as reports arrived daily of the plague's devastating progress. Cardolan was collapsing under disease's assault faster than any military campaign could have broken it. The kingdom had already suffered through decades of war, and its population was diminished. Now sickness killed what warfare had spared, and the toll mounted beyond counting. He sent scouts to the borders to observe the carnage directly. They returned with tales of villages standing completely empty and cities where the living could not bury the dead fast enough. Funeral pyres burned constantly, and their smoke darkened skies across the stricken kingdom. Roads were deserted because travelers feared infection more than bandits. Cardolan was dying and taking most of its people with it. The plague reached Rhudaur next and spread through that puppet kingdom with equal ferocity. The population had already declined through war and collaboration with Angmar, and now disease finished what conflict had begun. Whole regions emptied as survivors fled toward lands they hoped might escape infection. Most carried the sickness with them and spread it further. Arthedain suffered less severely than the other two kingdoms, but still lost thousands. Its Nemenorian blood provided some resistance to the disease, and its isolation in the northwest meant the plague reached it later and weakened. But even Arthedain's strength diminished as the sickness claimed victims daily. The kingdom that should have led the North's resistance was crippled at the moment when unity mattered most. The Witch-king waited for the plague to reach Angmar's borders. His forces maintained contact with infected regions, and some of his scouts had walked through plague-stricken villages. Disease should have reached his realm within weeks of appearing in the surrounding kingdoms. But weeks passed, and no cases appeared among his troops. Months followed the weeks, and still Angmar remained untouched. Not a single orc fell ill. Not one corrupted man showed symptoms. The fortress and its garrison stood healthy while plague ravaged every land surrounding them. The immunity was absolute and completely unnatural. He understood then that this was his master's gift. Sauron protected his servants while letting disease destroy his enemies. The plague was weapon as surely as any army, and it served the Dark Lord's purposes perfectly. The Witch-king had not caused the pestilence, but his master had ensured it would harm only those who deserved harm. The plague burned through the north for 2 full years. The Witch-king used that time to strengthen his forces and prepare for campaigns that would follow the disease's passing. His armies drilled constantly, and new fortifications rose along Angmar's borders. He built strength while his enemies died by the thousands beyond his walls. Cardolan suffered worst of all the three kingdoms. The plague killed perhaps half its population and broke its ability to function as organized realm. Its army dissolved as soldiers died or deserted to care for dying families. Its government collapsed as officials succumbed to infection. By the time the disease finally burned itself out, Cardolan existed only as scattered settlements connected by no effective authority. Rhudaur fared nearly as badly. The kingdom had been hollow before the plague arrived, and now it was emptied almost completely. The Witch-king's puppet rulers survived because he protected them, but they governed lands where villages stood abandoned and fields returned to wilderness. Rhudaur had become territory without population. Arthedain alone maintained something approaching functional government when the plague finally ended, but its strength was a fraction of what it had possessed before disease struck. Thousands had died, and thousands more had fled to regions they hoped were safer. The kingdom could still field armies, but those armies numbered hundreds rather than thousands. The Witch-king rode to Angmar's southern borders when scouts confirmed the plague had finally exhausted itself. He looked across lands, transformed by 2 years of devastating sickness. The three kingdoms that had resisted him for centuries were broken beyond recovery. Cardolan was finished as military power. Rhudaur was empty shell. Arthedain stood alone and weakened past any hope of effective resistance. He felt satisfaction settle over him like comfortable weight. The plague had accomplished in 2 years what might have taken him decades of warfare to achieve. The north lay open before his strength, and nothing remained that could stop Angmar's advance. Sauron's vengeance was approaching its fulfillment, and disease had made that fulfillment inevitable, rather than merely probable. The Witch-king returned to his iron throne and summoned his commanders. New campaigns would begin as soon as preparations completed. Cardolan would fall first because it was weakest. Rhudaur would be absorbed entirely. Arthedain would face Angmar's full might without allies or hope. The plague had been gift from his master, and he would not waste the opportunity it had created. The north was dying, and he would deliver the final blow that ended its suffering completely. The assault came in the year 1409, as the Witch-king had planned for decades. His armies struck south from Angmar, while puppet forces in Rhudaur attacked from the east. Cardolan faced invasion from 2 directions simultaneously, and its weakened armies could not defend both fronts. Arthedain sent what aid it could spare, but the forces arrived too late to prevent disaster. Cardolan's northern fortresses fell within weeks. The Witch-king led the assault personally, and his presence shattered whatever resistance the defenders attempted. His armies poured through broken defenses and swept south toward Cardolan's heartland. Cities that had stood for centuries emptied before Angmar's advance or fell to siege and slaughter. The kingdom broke completely before summer ended. Cardolan's king died defending his capital, and his heirs fled south across the Brandywine. The northern half of the kingdom fell under Angmar's direct control. The southern regions dissolved into scattered settlements with no central authority to unite them. Cardolan existed in name only after that year, a kingdom destroyed but not quite dead. Rhudaur was absorbed entirely during the same campaign. The puppet rulers who had served the Witch-king for decades were swept aside and replaced with direct military governance. Rhudaur ceased to exist as a separate entity and became simply the eastern province of Angmar's expanding domain. The kingdom that had been first to fall to corruption was now erased completely from the North's map. Arthedain stood alone after 1409. The kingdom had lost both its sister realms and now faced Angmar's full strength without allies. Its king fortified the borders and called every able man to service. The kingdom would fight, and it would endure because surrender meant extinction. Arthedain was Arna's last remnant, and it would not fall easily. The Witch-king sent his servants into Cardolan's devastated lands after the assault's immediate violence ended. Evil spirits answered his summons, and he directed them to the ancient Barrow Downs, where Cardolan's nobility had buried their dead for generations. The spirits entered those tombs and corrupted what lay within. The honored dead became barrow-wights, undead horrors that haunted the downs and killed any who wandered into their domain. The barrow-wights served multiple purposes beyond simple terror. They made Cardolan's former heartland uninhabitable and prevented any attempt to reclaim or resettle the region. They stood as eternal reminder of what happened to kingdoms that opposed Angmar. Most importantly, they were self-sustaining weapon that required no further effort from the Witch-king while accomplishing his strategic goals perfectly. Decades passed, and the war settled into grinding pattern. Angmar held everything north and east of Arthedain's borders. The Witch-king sent armies south annually to test Arthedain's defenses and burn what they could reach. Arthedain's forces held their ground but could not push back or reclaim lost territory. The north had become stalemate between Angmar's strength and Arthedain's stubborn resistance. The Witch-king felt no frustration at the slow pace. He had waited centuries before and could wait centuries more. Arthedain was bleeding slowly from constant warfare, and its population declined with each generation. Eventually, the kingdom would lack soldiers to man its walls, and that day would bring final victory. Patience was weapon, and he wielded it expertly. A century accumulated, and Arthedain grew visibly weaker. The kingdom's borders contracted as it abandoned outlying regions it could no longer defend. Villages closest to Angmar's territory emptied as people fled south toward greater safety. Fields went unplowed because farmers had died in Angmar's raids or been conscripted to replace fallen soldiers. The kingdom was hollowing despite maintaining organized resistance. The Witch-king observed Arthedain's decline from his iron throne and felt satisfaction in work proceeding exactly as planned. Sauron's vengeance would be complete when Arthedain finally fell. Elendel's entire legacy would be erased, and the North would belong to darkness. The time approached slowly, but it approached certainly. Another century passed in the same grinding pattern. Angmar raided, and Arthedain resisted. Both sides won occasional victories, but neither achieved breakthrough that could end the stalemate. The war had become generational struggle, where grandsons fought battles their grandfathers had begun. The North knew only conflict and could barely remember peace. The Witch-king noted that Arthedain's resistance was weakening faster now. The kingdom's armies had shrunk to a fraction of their strength a century earlier. Its fortresses stood half empty, and its cities showed signs of long decline. The end was approaching, though decades still separated the present from Arthedain's final fall. The year 1636 arrived, and the Witch-king received reports of plague spreading through southern lands. He recognized opportunity immediately and prepared to exploit whatever advantage disease might create. The North had resisted him for more than 3 centuries, but that resistance was ending. Cardolan was already broken and haunted. Rhudaur was absorbed completely. Arthedain stood alone and weakening. The plague would accelerate Arthedain's decline and bring the Witch-king's vengeance closer to its inevitable fulfillment. 2 centuries of grinding war had accomplished Sauron's purpose, and the final victory, approached with certainty, born of patient strategy, executed perfectly. The Witch-king rode south in the year 1638 to survey lands the plague had devastated. Cardolan lay before him, emptied and broken beyond any possibility of recovery. Villages that had survived the 1409 assault and the centuries of raiding afterward stood completely abandoned now. The plague had finished what warfare had begun, and nothing lived in Cardolan's northern reaches except the barrow-wights, haunting their ancient tombs. He rode through the dead kingdom's capital and found it inhabited by perhaps 100 souls where thousands had lived before the plague. The survivors stared at him with hollow eyes that showed no fear, because they had already lost everything fear could threaten. They were ghosts occupying a ghost city, and the Witch-king left them to their slow dying, because they posed no threat worth the effort of destroying. Cardolan was finished completely. The kingdom would never rise again, and its lands would remain wilderness haunted by evil for all the ages ahead. The Witch-king had accomplished Sauron's vengeance against 1/3 of Arna's divided realms. 2/3 remained, but Rhudaur was already absorbed, and only Arthedain stood as actual opposition. He turned his attention north toward Arthedain's borders and began planning new campaigns. The plague had weakened that kingdom terribly, despite its relative resistance to disease. Arthedain's population was reduced by thousands, and its military strength was a fraction of what it had been before sickness struck. The time had come to press that advantage and break the North's last organized resistance. The first assault came in 1640 and drove deep into Arthedain's southern territories. The kingdom's armies fought desperately but lacked numbers to hold the line. The Witch-king's forces took and held ground that Arthedain had defended successfully for centuries. The kingdom's borders contracted and refugees fled north, toward Fornost, carrying tales of Angmar's advancing power. Arthedain stabilized its defenses after losing significant territory. The kingdom fortified new borders and managed to halt Angmar's advance short of complete collapse. But the loss was permanent, and everyone understood that Arthedain would not recover what the plague's aftermath had cost. The kingdom was smaller now, and every mile of lost ground represented weakness that could never be regained. Decades passed, and the pattern repeated. Angmar pressed, and Arthedain gave ground slowly. Each generation of Arthedain's defenders was weaker than their fathers had been. The kingdom's population continued declining because young men died in constant warfare and young women bore fewer children, when their husbands were always at war. Arthedain was bleeding out through wounds that never healed before new cuts opened. The Witch-king watched this slow dying from his iron throne and felt deep satisfaction. He had broken 2 kingdoms already, and the third was failing by degrees. Sauron's vengeance was being delivered in full measure through patient application of pressure that mortal kingdoms could not sustain indefinitely. Time was weapon, and he wielded it masterfully against enemies who counted their lives in decades rather than millennia. A century accumulated after the plague in Arthedain had contracted to perhaps half its former size. The kingdom held only its core territories now, and abandoned outlying regions it could no longer defend. Fornost remained strong, but the lands surrounding the capital grew emptier with each passing year. Arthedain was becoming isolated fortress kingdom rather than the sprawling realm it had been in earlier centuries. The Witch-king tested Arthedain's strength in a major battle during the 1740s. He led 20,000 troops against Arthedain's army defending the Weather Hills. The battle lasted 2 days and ended in costly stalemate. Both sides withdrew with heavy casualties, but neither achieved decisive victory. The Witch-king noted that Arthedain could still fight effectively when defending favorable ground, but its strength was clearly diminished from past encounters. Another century approached, and Arthedain showed signs of terminal decline. The kingdom's armies numbered perhaps 5,000 active soldiers, when once they had fielded 3 times that many. Its population had dropped below levels necessary to sustain organized state over the territories it still claimed. The people were tired from centuries of warfare, and the will to continue fighting was eroding despite brave words from their leaders. The Witch-king sent annual raids through the 1800s to maintain constant pressure. He did not launch major assaults because Arthedain was dying on its own, and haste might provoke desperation that could complicate the kingdom's fall. Better to let it collapse gradually under weight it could no longer sustain. The end was certain now, and only timing remained uncertain. He stood on Angmar's southern walls in the year 1850 and looked toward Fornost's distant towers. 3 centuries had passed since the plague devastated the north, and Arthedain had survived through those centuries, against odds that should have destroyed it. But survival was not victory, and the kingdom was failing visibly. One more push would finish it completely. One final campaign would break the last remnant of Arnor and deliver Sauron's vengeance in full. The Witch-king returned to his throne and began planning that final campaign. It would come soon, but not immediately. Arthedain needed a few more decades of decline before the killing blow would land with certainty. Patience had served him perfectly through all the long centuries, and it would serve him through the remaining years until Arthedain's last king fell and Fornost's gates opened to Angmar's conquest. The north was dying, and he would deliver its death with precision that would make his master proud. The Witch-king struck hard in the year 1851, and Arthedain lost more ground in a single campaign than it had lost in the previous 50 years. His armies drove south and west simultaneously, forcing Arthedain's defenders to split their inadequate forces. The kingdom's lines broke in multiple places, and Angmar's troops poured through gaps that could not be plugged because reserves had already been committed elsewhere. Arthedain withdrew toward Fornost and fortified positions closer to the capital. The kingdom abandoned territories it had held for centuries because defending them was no longer possible with available troops. Each mile of retreat brought refugees flooding toward Fornost, and the city's population swelled with displaced people who had nowhere else to go. The kingdom was contracting into its final defensible core. The Witch-king did not pursue immediately after this victory. He let Arthedain settle into its reduced borders and contemplate how little remained of the realm that had once stretched from the Ice Bay to the Brandywine. The psychological impact of visible shrinkage served his purposes as effectively as continued military pressure. Let them see how far they had fallen and understand how little hope remained. Decades passed, and Arthedain continued its slow collapse. The kingdom's territory had shrunk until it controlled only Fornostan lands within perhaps 50 miles of the capital. Everything beyond that narrow radius belonged to Angmar, or stood abandoned as wilderness where neither side maintained presence. Arthedain had become city-state rather than kingdom, and even that diminished realm was struggling to sustain itself. The Witch-king observed this decline with satisfaction that had grown through centuries of patient work. He had broken the north piece by piece over more than 600 years. Cardolan was gone. Rhudaur was absorbed. Arthedain was dying. The work was nearly complete, and Sauron's vengeance was approaching its perfect fulfillment. The kingdom's population had dropped to dangerously low levels by the 1900s. Fornost held perhaps 20,000 people, where 100,000 had lived in earlier centuries. The surrounding lands showed abandoned farms and empty villages because there were not enough people to maintain settlements beyond the capital's immediate vicinity. Arthedain was dying from simple lack of population as much as from military pressure. The Witch-king tested Arthedain's defenses periodically through these decades. He sent raids to measure the kingdom's response time and assess its remaining military capacity. The reports confirmed what he already knew. Arthedain could field perhaps 3,000 soldiers at most, and those soldiers were tired men defending homes they knew were doomed. Morale was failing along with everything else. He watched Arthedain's royal line continue despite the kingdom's collapse. Each king ruled over less territory than his father had governed, and each faced worse odds. They maintained forms of statecraft and pretended their kingdom still mattered in Middle-earth's wider affairs. The pretense was admirable in its stubborn refusal to acknowledge reality, but it changed nothing about the inevitable outcome. The year 1940 brought change that caught the Witch-king's attention. Arthedain's king died, and his son Arvedui took the throne. The new king was young and determined, and possessed energy that his father had lacked in later years. Arvedui strengthened Fornost's defenses and sent emissaries to Gondor, begging for aid that the southern kingdom was too distant to provide effectively. The Witch-king studied this new king carefully. Arvedui was last of Isildur's line in the north, and his name meant last king in the common tongue. The name was prophecy spoken by parents who understood their son would be Arthedain's final ruler. The kingdom would end with him, and everyone knew it, including Arvedui himself. Arvedui ruled for 3 years, while preparing for the assault everyone knew was coming. He fortified Fornost as heavily as possible and gathered every warrior his shrinking kingdom could muster. He sent his family's heirlooms south for safekeeping because he understood they would not survive Arthedain's fall. He prepared to make his last stand with full knowledge that the stand would fail. The Witch-king made his own preparations through those same years. He gathered the largest army Angmar had ever assembled and positioned it for the final assault on Fornost. 25,000 troops waited for his command to march. Every orc and corrupted man in his service was committed to this campaign. The north would fall completely, or his centuries of work would be wasted. He sat his iron throne in the year 1973 and looked south toward where Fornost waited for its doom. More than 600 years had passed since he established Angmar in these northern wastes. He had spent those centuries grinding the north into dust, and the work was finally complete. One last campaign would break Arthedain, and erase Elendil's legacy from Middle-earth. Sauron's vengeance was at hand, and Arvedui, last king, would live up to his prophetic name. The final decline was ending, and the final destruction was beginning at last. The Witch-king's army marched south in late 1973 and the ground trembled beneath 25,000 feet. This was the largest force Angmar had ever assembled, and its purpose was singular and absolute. Fornost would fall, and Arthedain would be erased from Middle-earth. 6 centuries of patient warfare had built to this moment, and nothing would turn the army aside from its objective. Scouts brought word to Fornost of the advancing host. Arthedain received the report and understood immediately that his kingdom's final hours approached. He had known this day would come since taking the throne. His name meant last king, and he would fulfill that prophecy before winter ended. But he would make Angmar pay for its victory, and he would die defending his people rather than fleeing to empty safety. Fornost prepared for siege with desperate efficiency. Every man capable of bearing arms was called to the walls. Food stores were inventoried and rationed. Wells were cleaned and water supplies secured. Arthedain walked the defences personally and spoke to soldiers who knew they were about to die. His presence steadied them, and his courage gave them strength to face what was coming. He was last king of a dying realm, but he would be king until the very end. The Witch-king reached Fornost in the first week of 1974 and deployed his forces in complete encirclement. The city stood alone, with no relief possible and no escape route open. Angmar's armies surrounded it like iron bands crushing a barrel. The siege would end in victory, and the only question was how long Arthedain could delay its inevitable fall. The first assault came at dawn, 3 days after the encirclement completed. Siege towers rolled toward, the walls and ladders rose against stone that had stood for centuries. The Witch-king led the attack personally, and his presence on the battlefield sent terror radiating through Fornost's defenders. But they held their positions despite that fear because Arthedain stood with them on the walls, and his example shamed them into courage they did not naturally possess. The battle raged through the day and into darkness. Arthedain's defenders fought with desperation, born of knowing this was their last stand. They threw back the first assault and the second, and held the walls through attacks that should have broken their diminished numbers. The Witch-king withdrew at midnight and left bodies piled against Fornost stone. But he had learned what he needed to know about the city's defences and remaining strength. The siege settled into grinding pattern over the following weeks. Angmar assaulted the walls daily, and Arthedain repelled those assaults with losses they could not afford. Each day saw fewer defenders on the walls, and each night brought dead being carried from the battlements. Fornost was bleeding out, and everyone inside the walls knew it. The city would fall through simple attrition if major breakthrough did not come first. Arthedain fought beside his soldiers through every assault. He was king, but he wielded sword alongside common men, and his presence on the walls made them fight harder than they would have fought otherwise. The Witch-king watched this and felt something approaching respect for the last king's courage. Arthedain was doomed, but he faced that doom without flinching, and his leadership kept Arthedain fighting long past the point where most kingdoms would have surrendered. The defences began failing in the siege's 3rd week. A section of wall collapsed under sustained bombardment, and Angmar's forces poured through the gap. Arthedain's reserves rushed to plug the breach, and desperate fighting filled the streets behind the walls. The defenders managed to drive Angmar's troops back eventually, but the cost was terrible. Hundreds died in that single battle, and Fornost's remaining strength diminished to critical levels. Arthedain stood on the walls that night and looked out at Angmar's campfires surrounding his dying city. He had perhaps 1,000 soldiers remaining, and many of those were wounded. Fornost could not survive another major breach, The next assault that penetrated the walls would be the last, because no reserves remained to contain it. His kingdom's end was measured in days now, rather than weeks. The Witch-king prepared for final assault as the 4th week of siege began. His forces had suffered losses, but those losses were acceptable against the strategic goal of destroying Arthedain completely. One more push would break Fornost's defenses and open the city to conquest. Sauron's vengeance was hours away from complete fulfillment, and 6 centuries of patient work would be rewarded with absolute victory. The last king would fall, and Arthedain would end, and the north would belong to darkness at last. The final assault came at dawn, and Angmar's full strength struck Fornost's weakest section simultaneously. The Witch-king had identified where the defenders were thinnest, and he concentrated 20,000 troops at that single point. The wall could not hold against such focused pressure. Stone cracked, and defenders fell, and Angmar's army poured through the breach like water through a shattered dam. Arthedain rushed to the breach with his remaining reserves, but there were too few to contain the flood. Orcs and corrupted men filled the streets behind the walls faster than Arthedain's soldiers could kill them. The defense collapsed within an hour of the assault beginning. Fornost was falling, and nothing could stop it now. The fighting moved into the city's streets and became slaughter. Arthedain's soldiers fought from house to house, but were overwhelmed by numbers they could not match. The Witch-king rode through Fornost's gates, and his presence broke whatever organized resistance remained. Men who had fought bravely for weeks fled or surrendered when they saw him approaching, because terror finally overcame courage that had sustained them through the siege. Arthedain fought in the streets with his guard until his captains dragged him from the battle physically. The king wanted to die defending his city, but his men would not allow it. They forced him toward the northern gate, and the small group fought their way through Angmar's troops, blocking that exit. Blood marked their path, but they broke through and fled north with perhaps 100 soldiers accompanying their king. The Witch-king let them go. Arthedain's escape served useful purposes, and pursuing a fleeing remnant would waste troops better employed securing the conquered city. Let the last king run north into frozen wastes, where he would die slowly rather than quickly. The prophecy his name carried would be fulfilled either way, and his death in wilderness would emphasize how completely Arthedain had fallen. Fornost burned through the day as Angmar's forces swept through its streets, killing anyone who resisted and enslaving those who surrendered. The city that had stood as Arna's capital for thousands of years was being erased in a single day of slaughter and fire. The Witch-king rode through the destruction and felt satisfaction deeper than anything he had experienced since the last alliance's defeat. He reached Fornost's citadel and dismounted before its gates. The building had been Arthedain's seat of power and symbol of Númenórean heritage in the north. Now it stood empty, with its defenders dead, and its king fled into exile. The Witch-king entered and walked halls where Isildur's heirs had ruled for age after age. The stones remembered glory, but glory was finished and only darkness remained. He stood in the throne room and looked at the empty seat where Arthedain's kings had sat. Arthedain was last to occupy this throne, and none would sit here after him. The royal line was broken, and the kingdom was destroyed. 674 years had passed since he established Angmar, with single purpose of accomplishing this destruction. The work was complete at last. Night fell over conquered Fornost, and fires still burned in districts where fighting had been fiercest. The Witch-king walked the walls and surveyed the city he had broken. Bodies lay in streets, and smoke drifted from ruined buildings. This was Sauron's vengeance, delivered in full measure. Elendil had cut the ring from the Dark Lord's hand, and his kingdom had paid the price across centuries of patient destruction. Word would reach him eventually of Arthedain's fate in the northern wastes. The last king would freeze, or starve, or drown in the ice bay, trying to reach safety that did not exist. The manner of his death mattered less than the certainty of it. Arthedain was broken, and its royal line was ending, and the north belonged to Angmar completely. The Witch-king stood on Fornost's highest tower and looked out over lands he had conquered. Through 6 centuries of warfare, Cardolan was wilderness haunted by barrow-wights. Rhudaur was absorbed province of his realm. Arthedain was smoking ruin, with its capital fallen and its king fled into exile. The 3 kingdoms that had divided Arnor were all destroyed, and nothing remained of Elendil's legacy in the north. Satisfaction filled him as completely as anything could fill the emptiness where his soul had lived before the ring consumed it. He had served his master perfectly and accomplished the mission Sauron had given him more than 600 years ago. The north was broken, and Angmar ruled from the Ice Bay to the Brandywine. Victory was absolute, and the work was finished. He would learn soon that victory was not as complete as it appeared. Gondor would send relief forces north, and Glorfindel would lead them to Fornost's ruins. A battle was coming that would destroy Angmar's armies and drive him from the realm he had built. But in this moment, on this night standing in conquered Fornost, he knew only triumph. Arthedain had fallen, and that fall was worth whatever price the future might demand. Sauron's vengeance was delivered, and the north would never recover from the wound he had inflicted. Word reached the Witch-king in the spring of 1975 that armies from the south were marching toward Fornost. Gondor had finally answered Arthedain's desperate pleas for aid and sent forces north under command of Erna the Crown Prince. The relief came too late to save Arthedain, but it came nonetheless. The southern kingdom had sent perhaps 10,000 troops, and Rivendell's elves marched with them under Glorfindel's leadership. The Witch-king gathered his forces at Fornost and prepared to meet this challenge. His armies had suffered losses, taking the city, but 20,000 troops remained under his command. He had numbers advantage and possessed defensive position in Fornost's ruins. The battle would be difficult, but victory seemed probable against enemies, who had marched hundreds of miles to reach this battlefield. The southern armies arrived in early spring and deployed on the plain north of Fornost, where the Witch-king's forces waited. Erna commanded the right wing with Gondor's cavalry and infantry. Glorfindel led the left with Rivendell's elven warriors. Between them marched remnants of Arthedain's forces, who had survived the kingdom's fall and joined the relief army seeking vengeance. The Witch-king rode to meet them with confidence, born of 6 centuries, undefeated in the north. He had broken 3 kingdoms and scattered the last alliance's heirs. These southern warriors would learn what the north had learned through generations of warfare. Angmar could not be defeated by conventional forces, and he was Angmar's living embodiment. The battle began at midday and immediately turned worse than the Witch-king had anticipated. Gondor's troops fought with discipline that matched Arthedain's best warriors, and they did not break before his terror the way northern men had broken. Erna led charges that cut through Angmar's lines, and his cavalry shattered formations that should have held against such assaults. But Glorfindel was the real threat. The elf lord blazed with light, that burned worse than sunlight, and his mere presence weakened the Witch-king's shadow form. Glorfindel had walked Middle-earth since the First Age, and his power was ancient beyond mortal reckoning. He had died once fighting a Balrog in Gondolin's Fall, and the Valar had sent him back to Middle-earth for purposes that included facing exactly this threat. The Witch-king tried to avoid direct confrontation with Glorfindel, but the Elf Lord pursued him across the battlefield. They met finally in the battle's center, where both armies could witness their champions clash. Light blazed against shadow, and the Morgul blades struck at glory that refused to dim. But the Witch-king was outmatched utterly. Glorfindel's power drove him back with pain that tore through his shadow form. The light burned him worse than noon sun, and he could barely maintain cohesion under that assault. He retreated, and Glorfindel followed, pressing the advantage while the Witch-king's forces watched their master, driven from the field by an opponent he could not overcome. The Witch-king's army broke when they saw him flee. Orcs scattered in all directions, and corrupted men threw down weapons and ran. The careful formations that had conquered the north dissolved into panicked rout. Gondor's cavalry pursued and cut down thousands, while Glorfindel's elves hunted the fleeing remnants with proficiency that left few survivors. The Witch-king fled east toward the mountains with perhaps 1,000 troops remaining from the 20,000 who had started the battle. Glorfindel pursued personally, and the Witch-king felt terror for the first time since his transformation completed millennia ago. The Elf Lord was faster and stronger and would catch him unless something intervened to prevent that confrontation's inevitable conclusion. He reached the foothills as darkness fell, and Glorfindel closed the distance behind him. The Witch-king prepared to make final stand because fleeing further seemed impossible. He had conquered the north through 6 centuries of patient warfare, and now he would die in these mountains, fleeing from an enemy whose power exceeded his own completely. But Glorfindel stopped pursuing at the mountain's edge. The Elf Lord stood and looked at the Witch-king across the narrowing distance between them. Then he spoke words that carried across that space with weight of prophecy. The Witch-king heard and understood, despite the terror clouding his thoughts. Glorfindel was pronouncing doom rather than delivering it immediately. The Elf Lord turned away and rode back toward Fornost. The Witch-king stood trembling in the gathering darkness and felt relief wash through him alongside the shame of complete defeat. His armies were destroyed and his kingdom was broken. 600 years of work had been erased in a single afternoon. But he lived, and while he lived, he could serve his master. He fled into the mountains with his surviving forces. Angmar was finished, and the north was lost. But Sauron waited in Mordor, and the Witch-king would return to that service. The defeat was absolute, but not final. He was immortal, and his master was patient. They would rebuild and return, and eventually claim vengeance for this humiliation. But that was future concern. Now there was only flight and the bitter knowledge that the north had been lost, despite 6 centuries spent conquering it. The Witch-king fled through the mountains, and Glorfindel's words echoed in his mind through every step. The Elf Lord had spoken prophecy at the moment when he could have struck and ended the Witch-king's existence permanently. He had said that not by the hand of man would the Witch-king fall. Those words carried weight that went beyond simple prediction into certainty written into the world's deep patterns. He understood the prophecy's implications as he put distance between himself and the battlefield. Glorfindel had spared him, not from mercy, but from knowledge that killing him was not Glorfindel's destiny. Some other hand would deliver the blow that finally unmade him. The Elf Lord had seen this truth and honored it by withdrawing from pursuit that would have been futile despite his superior power. The prophecy meant protection as much as doom. Men could not kill him, and men were the primary threat he would face in ages ahead. Elves were fading and would trouble Middle-earth less with each passing century. The Witch-king could walk among mortal armies without fear of permanent death, because the prophecy said no man's hand would end him. This was strange comfort in the midst of absolute defeat. He continued east through the mountains with his surviving troops. The 1,000 who had escaped with him dwindled to hundreds as orcs deserted and men died from wounds or exhaustion. By the time he reached the far side of the mountain range, perhaps 300 remained. The great army that had conquered the north was reduced to broken remnant, fleeing toward distant safety. News reached him during that flight of what had happened in the north after his defeat. The Allied forces had reclaimed Fornost and restored what little they could of Arthedain's government, but the kingdom was finished despite symbolic restoration. Arthedain had drowned in the ice bay trying to reach safety, and the royal line was broken. The north would not recover from 6 centuries of warfare even with Angmar destroyed. The Witch-king felt bitter satisfaction in this knowledge. He had lost Angmar, but he had accomplished his mission's essential purpose. The north was broken permanently, and Elendel's legacy was erased. Gondor's relief had come too late to save what he had destroyed through patient centuries of grinding warfare. Sauron's vengeance was delivered even if the price was Angmar's own destruction. Months passed in flight toward Mordor. The journey took him through lands where his name was unknown and his appearance drew no special attention beyond normal. Fear that travelers showed when encountering dangerous strangers. The North had known him as conqueror, but the wider world had forgotten the Nazgul during the centuries of his northern campaign. He was merely shadow, passing through regions that had their own concerns. He reached Mordor's borders in late 1975, and felt his master's presence growing stronger with each mile closer to the Dark Tower. Sauron waited at Dol. Guldur still, but his influence radiated from Mordor, where Barad-dûr's ruins still stood. The Witch-king approached those ruins and felt both relief and shame at returning, diminished from the mission that had consumed 6 centuries. Other Nazgul emerged from darkness to meet him. His 8 brothers had remained at Dol Guldur throughout his northern campaign, and now they gathered to witness his return. They sensed his defeat without words passing between them, because their rings connected them in ways that made speech unnecessary. The chief of the 9 had failed, and they all knew it. But they also sensed the prophecy's weight surrounding him. Glorfindel's words had marked him with protection as well as doom. The Witch-king carried both forward into whatever service Sauron would demand next. He had lost Angmar, but gained certainty that mortal hands could not end him. The trade seemed poor in this moment, but time would reveal its value. He stood among the ruins where Barad-dûr had risen before the last alliance broke it. The stones remembered glory and power both, and the Witch-king remembered his own 6 centuries building Angmar from nothing into kingdom that had conquered the north. That kingdom was gone, but he remained. He was diminished, but not destroyed. The prophecy promised he would endure until some hand other than man's struck him down. Sauron's summons reached him through the ring's connection. The Dark Lord waited at Dol Guldur and required his servant's presence. The Witch-king mounted a new horse and rode west toward that fortress. He had served his master for millennia and would continue serving despite defeat. Angmar was finished, but the Witch-king's purpose remained. Sauron would direct him to new missions, and he would accomplish them as he had accomplished the North's destruction. The prophecy said he would not fall to mortal hands, and that meant he would serve until the world itself broke or some greater doom found him at last. The Witch-king reached Dol Guldur and descended into chambers where Sauron waited in diminished form. The Dark Lord remained hidden from the world's notice, but his power was growing slowly through the centuries. He had not yet revealed himself openly because the time was not right for such revelation. The necromancer gathered strength in secret, and his servants worked toward goals only he understood completely. Sauron listened as the Witch-king reported Angmar's destruction and the North's breaking. The Dark Lord showed no anger at the defeat, because the strategic goal had been accomplished. Arthedain was destroyed, and Arna's division was permanent. The North would never threaten Mordor again because no unified kingdom remained to mount such threat. Angmar's fall was acceptable cost for that achievement. The Witch-king spoke of Glorfindel's prophecy, and Sauron considered its implications carefully. Protection from mortal hands was useful for a servant who would face primarily mortal enemies in ages ahead. The prophecy limited how the Witch-king could fall, but it guaranteed he would endure long enough to serve many purposes. Sauron saw strategic value in what others might have seen as doom. The Dark Lord gave new orders, and the Witch-king accepted them without question. Gondor had sent the relief force that destroyed Angmar, and Gondor would pay for that interference. Minas Ithil stood guard over Mordor's western borders, and its garrison watched for any threat from the Dark Tower's direction. That city would fall and become stronghold for the Nazgul. The mission would take years to accomplish, but time meant nothing to immortal servants. The Witch-king gathered his 8 brothers over the following months. They had served at Dol Guldur while he waged war in the north, and now they would ride together again for the first time since the last alliance scattered them. The 9 were reunited, and their combined strength exceeded what any single wraith could accomplish alone. They would take Minas Ithil and establish presence that would threaten Gondor for all ages ahead. Preparation consumed the next 2 decades. Sauron would not permit hasty assault that might fail and waste centuries of rebuilding. The attack must succeed completely, and the city must fall in a way that maximized terror and strategic advantage both. The Witch-king planned every detail with care, born of experience, conquering the north through patient methodology. Orcs gathered in Mordor's valleys, and corrupted men arrived from eastern lands seeking service. The army grew slowly to avoid attracting Gondor's attention prematurely. Weapons were forged in darkness, and supplies accumulated in hidden caches. Everything prepared for campaign that would begin only when success was certain. The 9 trained together during these years and rebuilt coordination that centuries of separation had weakened. They rode as unit again, and their movements synchronized through rings that connected their thoughts. Each wraith knew what his brothers intended, without words passing between them. They became single weapon with 9 edges, and the Witch-king led them as he had led them in the Second Age. He felt purpose returning through the preparation. Angmar was lost, but new mission gave him direction to replace what defeat had taken. Sauron's vengeance would strike Gondor as it had struck the north. The southern kingdom would learn that destroying Angmar brought consequences that would haunt them for ages. Minas Ithil would fall, and its fall would be just the beginning. The year 2000 of the Third Age approached, and the Witch-king received final orders from his master. The time had come to strike Gondor and take the city that guarded Mordor's borders. 25 years of preparation were complete, and the army was ready. The Nine would lead the assault, and their terror would break. Minas Ithil's defenders, as it had broken the North's courage through 6 centuries of warfare. The Witch-king mounted his black horse, and his 8 brothers did likewise. The Nine rode from Dol Guldur toward Mordor with an army following behind them. They would cross the mountains and fall upon Minas Ithil before Gondor could respond effectively. The city's garrison was strong, but not strong enough to stand. Against the Nazgul leading forces that numbered 20,000 troops, he felt anticipation building as they rode toward their objective. This was the mission that would restore his reputation after Angmar's fall. He would prove that one defeat did not diminish his value as Sauron's chief servant. Minas Ithil would fall and become Minas Morgul, the Tower of Sorcery, and he would rule it as he had ruled Angmar. The North was lost, but Gondor would replace it as theatre for his service to the Dark Lord's purposes. The mountains rose before them, and the Nine led their army through passes that would bring them to Minas Ithil's gates. 25 years of preparation were about to be tested, and the Witch-king was confident of success. Gondor had destroyed Angmar, but Gondor would not save Minas Ithil from the doom approaching through the mountain shadows. Sauron's vengeance was coming, and nothing would turn it aside. The Nine struck Minas Ithil in the summer of 2000, and the city's defenders were caught unprepared for assault of such magnitude. The garrison had watched Mordor's borders for centuries, but never faced threat approaching 20,000 troops, led by all 9 Nazgul riding together. The first assault reached the walls before Gondor's forces fully understood what was happening. Minas Ithil stood strong on its hill, and its fortifications had been built to withstand any siege. The city's walls were thick and high. Its garrison numbered 5,000 soldiers hardened by years watching Mordor's movements. Supply lines ran west to Osgiliath, and reinforcement could reach the city within weeks if siege became protracted. The defenders settled into positions and prepared to hold until relief arrived. The Witch-king deployed his forces in complete encirclement and began systematic assault on the walls. The Nine rode to different sections and attacked simultaneously to spread the defenders thin. Terror radiated from the wraiths and weakened Gondor's soldiers before combat even began. Men who should have stood firm found their courage failing when the Nazgul approached their positions. The siege ground through its first months, and Minas Ithil held despite constant pressure. Gondor sent reinforcements from Osgiliath, and the garrison's strength increased to perhaps 7,000 troops. The defenders repelled assault after assault, and their confidence grew with each victory. They began to believe they could outlast the siege and force Angmar's forces to withdraw before winter made campaigning impossible. But the Witch-king had no intention of withdrawing. He had spent 6 centuries besieging the north, and he understood siege warfare's patience better than any mortal commander. Winter came, and the assault continued without pause. The Nine did not tire, and did not need shelter from cold that killed mortal soldiers. They pressed the siege through snow and ice, while Gondor's defenders suffered from conditions their enemies ignored completely. The first year ended with Minas Ithil still holding but visibly weakened. The garrison had lost perhaps 2,000 soldiers to combat and disease both. Food stores were depleting faster than anticipated because the siege prevented foraging, and supply lines from Osgiliath faced constant raiding. Morale was failing as defenders recognized the siege might continue indefinitely. The second year brought escalating pressure that Gondor could not match. The Witch-king's forces assaulted the walls daily and gave defenders no rest between attacks. Exhaustion became as dangerous as combat. Men fell asleep on watch, and formations moved sluggishly when responding to breaches. The garrison was grinding down under relentless pressure that never eased. Gondor attempted to break the siege in the spring of 2002 with a relief force from Osgiliath. 10,000 troops marched to Minas Ithil and attacked the besieging army from behind. The battle raged for 2 days and ended in bloody stalemate. The relief force withdrew with heavy losses, and the siege continued. The garrison watched their would-be rescuers retreat and understood finally that no help would save them. The Witch-king struck his final assault in the summer of 2002. 2 years of siege had weakened. The walls and depleted the garrison past effective resistance. The 9 lead simultaneous attacks on 3 sections, and all 3 breached the defenses within hours. Gondor's soldiers fought desperately in the streets, but they were outnumbered and exhausted past the point where courage could sustain them. Minas Ithil fell before nightfall. The surviving defenders surrendered or fled west toward Osgiliath. The Witch-king rode through the conquered city's gates and felt satisfaction in victory that erased the shame of Angmar's fall. He had taken a city that Gondor thought impregnable and done it with patience that mortal enemies could not match. The city was his now, and he would remake it in darkness's image. Gondor called it Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon, but that name would not survive its conquest. He renamed it Minas Morgul, the Tower of Sorcery, and the new name spoke truth about what it would become under his rule. The 9 occupied the city and began its transformation. They drove out or killed any citizens who remained and filled the empty buildings with orcs and corrupted men. The white stone that had gleamed in sunlight was allowed to darken with grime and malice. Windows that had welcomed light were covered or broken. Minas Ithil had been symbol of Gondor's strength watching Mordor. Minas Morgul would be terror watching Gondor. The Witch-king claimed the city's highest tower as his seat. From there he could see west toward Osgiliath and east toward Mordor both. This would be his stronghold for ages ahead, and from here he would threaten Gondor constantly. The city's fall was strategic victory that changed the balance of power between Gondor and Mordor permanently. Sauron's vengeance was being delivered in full, and the Witch-king had proven his value despite Angmar's loss. Minas Morgul stood dark on its hill, and its master prepared to rule it. Through all the long years, until the ring returned and true war could begin. The transformation of Minas Morgul took years to complete, but the Witch-king worked with patience born of millennia. He twisted the city that had stood as symbol of Gondor's vigilance and remade it into monument of corruption. The white stone darkened under his influence until the walls looked diseased rather than merely dirty. The graceful towers that had reached toward sky became crooked things that seemed to lean away from light. Corpse light appeared in the city's windows within the first year of occupation. The glow was pale green and cold as winter ice. It flickered like candles in a tomb and cast no warmth despite its brightness. Those who saw it from Osgiliath spoke of feeling sick when they looked toward Minas Morgul after dark, as though the light itself carried infection that could reach across miles. The Witch-king brought evil spirits to inhabit the city alongside his physical garrison. Wraiths lesser than the Nazgul, but terrible nonetheless, moved through Minas Morgul's streets and gave the place quality of nightmare made solid. Living soldiers who served him felt those spirits constantly and learned to move carefully, because offending what could not be seen brought consequences worse than offending visible commanders. He erected the silent watchers at the bridge crossing the ravine before Minas Morgul's gate. The statues stood taller than men, and their stone faces looked west toward Gondor with expressions of absolute malice. They were not merely carved rock, but contained awareness that watched constantly for enemies attempting approach. Nothing living could pass them without their knowledge, and few could pass them at all without permission granted by the Witch-king himself. The bridge became gateway to realm of death. Those who crossed it entered territory where normal laws of life and nature no longer held full authority. The Witch-king had made Minas Morgul into extension of the wraith world, a place where shadow bled through into reality and corrupted everything it touched. The city existed partially in both realms, and that dual nature made it more terrible than purely physical fortress could ever be. Gondor watched from Osgiliath and felt dread growing with each year that Minas Morgul stood. The city's fall had been military defeat, but its transformation into Tower of Sorcery was psychological wound that never healed. Gondor's soldiers could see the corpse lights burning nightly and knew their enemies occupied a place that had been their own stronghold. The reversal was devastating to morale across the Western Kingdom. The Witch-king sent raiders from Minas Morgul to harass Gondor's territories constantly. Small forces crossed the Anduin and burned villages or ambushed patrols. The raids kept Gondor's military occupied, responding to threats and prevented them from mounting serious attempt to reclaim their lost city. Minas Morgul became thorn in Gondor's side that could not be removed without commitment of forces the kingdom could not spare. Decades passed, and the dead city became permanent feature of the region. Children grew to adulthood, knowing only a world where Minas Morgul stood dark on its hill, threatening their kingdom. The hope of reclaiming it faded as Gondor's strength declined through the Third Ages, long slow falling. What had been temporary occupation became eternal presence that would endure until the world itself changed. The Witch-king ruled from his high tower and felt satisfaction in the terror his presence inspired. He had failed to hold Angmar, but he had built something more enduring here. Minas Morgul would stand as long as he existed, and it would threaten Gondor constantly through all the ages ahead. This was victory that Glorfindel's intervention could not erase. He watched Gondor's border fortresses from his tower and planned future campaigns. Osgiliath stood vulnerable to assault if he gathered sufficient force. The Anduin crossings could be seized, and Gondor's eastern territories could be invaded when the time was right. Minas Morgul gave him strategic position to threaten the kingdom's heartland in ways Angmar had never achieved against the north. The year 2043 arrived and brought news that interested the Witch-king deeply. Gondor's king had died, and his son Erna had taken the throne. The new king was warrior rather than statesman, and his reputation for martial prowess had spread even to Minas Morgul's dark halls. The Witch-king considered this development and saw opportunity in the young king's pride. Erna had led Gondor's relief force to Fornost, and fought in the battle that destroyed Angmar. The Witch-king remembered that campaign, and remembered the shame of fleeing before southern armies. Now the commander of those armies was king, and his pride might be exploited. A challenge might draw him from safety and deliver him into hands that would make his death or capture devastating blow to Gondor's morale. The Witch-king began planning how best to bait this trap. Erna was proud and brave, and those qualities would be his destruction. Minas Morgul would serve as stage for humiliation that would hurt Gondor worse than losing the city had hurt them. The dead city waited for its greatest victim, and the Witch-king prepared to deliver. Sauron's vengeance in form that Gondor would never forget. Erna took Gondor's crown in the year 2043, and the Witch-king learned of the coronation within days. The new king was warrior who had built his reputation leading armies rather than governing cities. He had commanded the relief force that marched to Fornost and helped destroy Angmar's power in the north. His courage was unquestioned, but his wisdom was limited by pride that made him vulnerable to manipulation. The Witch-king composed his challenge carefully over the following weeks. The message must strike at Erna's pride precisely enough to provoke response, but not so crudely that advisors could easily convince him to ignore it. The challenge needed to seem reasonable while being completely designed to draw the king into a trap from which he could not escape. He sent the challenge to Minas Tirith through messenger who rode under flag of truce. The message reached Erna in his throne room, where the new king sat, surrounded by counselors and nobles. The messenger delivered it and departed immediately because remaining in Gondor's capital after such provocations seemed unwise even under truce protection. The challenger's words were calculated, insult wrapped in formal language. The Witch-king reminded Erna of their previous encounter at Fornost, and suggested the king had not truly faced him in that battle. He questioned whether Erna possessed courage to meet the Lord of Minas Morgul in single combat, or if he preferred hiding behind armies while claiming warrior's reputation. The insults were personal enough to enrage, but phrased formally enough to seem like legitimate challenge between commanders. Erna's rage was immediate and absolute. He read the challenge before his assembled court, and his face flushed with anger that made several counselors step back instinctively. The king declared his intention to ride to Minas Morgul and face the Witch-king in combat that would prove his courage, beyond any possible question. His pride would not allow such insult to stand unanswered, but Mardal Varonwe stood as Erna's steward and chief counselor. He was old man who had served Erna's father and possessed wisdom the young king lacked. Mardal spoke against accepting the challenge with arguments that emphasized strategic foolishness rather than questioning the king's courage. Riding to Minas Morgul meant entering enemy territory where treachery would be easier than honorable combat. The Lord of Minas Morgul was Nazgul, who had lived for thousands of years, and his power exceeded anything mortal warrior could match. The argument raged through that day and into evening. Erna insisted his honor demanded acceptance. Mardal countered that Gondor's safety required its king remain alive and ruling rather than dying in pointless combat with an enemy who would certainly cheat. Other counselors supported Mardal because none wanted their new king to throw his life away in first year of his reign. Erna yielded finally to his counselors' combined pressure. He would not accept the challenge, despite how deeply the insults had cut. His pride burned with rage at the refusal, but wisdom prevailed over impulse. The king sent messenger back to Minas, Morgul declining the challenge on grounds that responding to such obvious trap would be foolish rather than brave. The Witch King received this refusal with satisfaction rather than disappointment. Erna had wanted to accept, and only his counselor's intervention had prevented it. The king's pride was vulnerable exactly as anticipated. The first challenge had been test to measure the king's temperament, and the test had revealed what the Witch King needed to know. Future challenge would work if circumstances were arranged to prevent advisors from interfering effectively. He sent response to Erna's refusal that twisted the knife deeper. The new message suggested the king hid behind his counselors because he lacked courage to face the Witch King alone. It praised Mardel for preventing his master from accepting combat he would surely lose. The mockery was calculated to ensure Erna would remember this humiliation and the rage it inspired. Years would pass before the Witch King sent second challenge. The timing must be perfect, and circumstances must isolate Erna from advisors who had prevented disaster this time. But the groundwork was laid and the trap was set. Erna's pride would be his destruction eventually, and Gondor would suffer from losing its king to vanity rather than honorable death in battle. The Witch King returned to ruling Minas Morgul and waited patiently for the right moment. He had learned patience through millennia of service, and he would exercise that patience now. Erna would come eventually because proud men always came when their pride was sufficiently provoked. The king would ride to Minas Morgul and enter the dead city's gates and never emerge again. The trap was prepared, and only time separated present from the moment when it would close around Gondor's king and deliver another blow to the southern kingdom's declining strength. "7 years passed, and the Witch King judged the moment right for his second challenge. Mardel was old now, and his influence over Erna had weakened as the king grew confident in his own judgment. The counselors who had prevented disaster in 2043 were fewer because age and politics had reduced their numbers. Erna stood more isolated than he had been at his coronation, and isolation would make him vulnerable. The second challenge arrived at Minas Tirith in early 2050. The message was more pointed than the first had been, and its insults cut deeper. The Witch King wrote that 7 years had passed, and Erna cowardice was now established fact throughout Middle-earth. Every kingdom knew Gondor's king hid from single combat while claiming warrior's reputation. The challenge offered one final chance for Erna to prove his courage before history recorded him permanently as coward who wore crown he did not deserve. Erna read the challenge, and his rage exploded beyond anything his counselors had seen before. 7 years of remembered humiliation erupted into fury that would not be contained. The king declared he would ride to Minas Morgul immediately and face the Witch King in combat that would silence all questions about his courage. No advisor would prevent him this time, and no argument would change his mind. Mardel tried desperately to convince him otherwise. The steward was dying and knew these were perhaps his last days of service. He begged Erna to refuse the challenge again and let the insult stand unanswered rather than throw his life away. But the king would not listen. 7 years of mockery had built pressure that finally burst through wisdom's restraints. Erna rode from Minas Tirith with small escort of knights who shared their king's pride. Perhaps 20 men accompanied him on the journey east toward Minas Morgul. They rode openly during daylight and made no attempt at stealth because the king insisted he answered honorable challenge, rather than sneaking to secret meeting. His pride demanded he approach Minas Morgul as warrior facing worthy opponent. The journey took 3 days, and the company reached Minas Morgul's bridge in late afternoon. The silent watchers stood at the bridge's western end, and their stone eyes tracked the rider's approach. Erna dismounted and walked toward them with confidence that showed no awareness of the trap closing around him. His knights followed because abandoning their king was unthinkable, despite growing certainty that this journey would end badly. The Witch-king watched their approach from his high tower. Everything had proceeded exactly as planned. Erna had come despite all wisdom counseling against it, and the king had brought insufficient force to threaten Minas Morgul's garrison. The trap was sprung, and nothing remained except closing it permanently. Erna crossed the bridge and passed the silent watchers without incident. The gates of Minas Morgul stood open, and corpse light flickered in windows above. The king entered with his knights behind him, and the gates closed after they passed. The sound of those gates shutting echoed across the ravine and carried westward Osgiliath like funeral bell. What happened inside Minas Morgul was never known with certainty. No witness survived to report details, and the Witch-king never spoke of it to anyone who might carry tales beyond his fortress. Erna and his knights entered the dead city, and they never emerged. Gondor waited for their king's return, and waited in vain. Weeks passed, and Minas Tirith sent messengers to Minas Morgul demanding news of their king. The Witch-king sent no response, because response was unnecessary. Erna was gone, and Gondor would receive no explanation of his fate. The silence was more devastating than any message could have been, because it left room for imagination, to create horrors worse than truth. Mardel assumed rule as steward because no heir existed to claim Gondor's throne. Erna had never married, and the line of kings ended with his disappearance into Minas Morgul. The stewards would rule in the kings. Absence for nearly 1,000 years, and Gondor would diminish slowly through all those centuries without crowned ruler to unite and inspire its people. The Witch-king felt deep satisfaction in this outcome. He had removed Gondor's king through manipulation rather than warfare, and the psychological impact exceeded any military victory. Erna's fate would haunt Gondor for generations and remind them constantly that Minas Morgul's master could strike at their leadership whenever he chose. The dead city had claimed its greatest prize, and the claim had cost nothing except patience and careful planning. He never revealed what happened to Erna after the gates closed. Perhaps the king died quickly in combat. That was at least nominally honorable. Perhaps he lived for years in torment that broke his mind before his body failed. Perhaps he survived still in Minas Morgul's dungeons, as prisoner whose existence served purposes only the Witch-king understood. The uncertainty was a weapon as surely as the Morgul blade, and the Witch-king wielded it expertly against enemies who could never know the truth. Gondor was without king, and would remain so until the line of Isildur returned from the north centuries hence. The Witch-king had accomplished Sauron's vengeance again, and proven his value despite Angmar's fall. Minas Morgul stood dark on its hill, and its master ruled there through the long years ahead, while Gondor slowly failed under stewards who governed but could not truly lead. The last king was gone, and his disappearance marked another step in the southern kingdom's inevitable decline. For centuries followed, and the Witch-king ruled Minas Morgul through every year of them. The pattern established itself quickly and repeated endlessly. He sent raiders across the Anduin to burn and kill. Gondor responded with patrols and fortifications. Neither side achieved decisive advantage, but both maintained constant pressure that prevented peace from taking root. Gondor's decline was visible within the first century of the Steward's rule. The kingdom lacked crowned king to inspire loyalty beyond duty. The stewards governed competently, but they could not unite Gondor the way kings had united it. Provinces grew more independent, and the realm's cohesion weakened year by year. The Witch-king observed this decline from his tower, and felt satisfaction in work proceeding exactly as Sauron desired. Gondor was failing slowly, and its fall would come eventually through accumulated weakness rather than single catastrophic defeat. Time was weapon, and he wielded it with patience born of millennia. He led campaigns personally when circumstances demanded his presence. The Nine rode together occasionally, and their terror broke Gondor's forces wherever they appeared. But most years required only routine raiding to maintain pressure. The work was repetitive but effective, and the Witch-king did not require novelty to remain committed to his purpose. A century passed, and then another. Gondor contracted slightly with each generation. Its population declined as wars and plagues took their toll. Its armies grew smaller as fewer young men answered the call to service. The kingdom still stood strong, but its strength was fraction of what it had been during the king's era. The Witch-king sent assassins to Minas Tirith during the 2nd century of his rule. The attempts failed because Gondor's stewards protected themselves well, but the psychological impact was valuable even without successful kills. Gondor's rulers lived with constant awareness that Minas Morgul's master could strike at them directly whenever he chose. The fear served strategic purposes as effectively as actual deaths would have served. Osgiliath fell to assault in the year 2475, and the Witch-king's forces held it briefly before Gondor retook the city. The battle was costly for both sides, and Osgiliath never recovered fully from the damage. The Great Bridge was broken, and the city's population fled permanently. What had been Gondor's capital became contested ruin that neither side controlled completely. The Witch-king noted this victory's limits even as he appreciated its strategic value. He had taken Osgiliath briefly, but could not hold it against Gondor's full strength. The lesson was clear. Gondor was weakening, but not weak enough yet for conquest. More time was needed before the southern kingdom would collapse completely. Centuries accumulated, and the Witch-king's rule became as unchanging as stone. He sent raiders and led campaigns. He maintained Minas Morgul's garrison and kept the dead city functioning as fortress and terror both. The work was eternal and monotonous, and he performed it without complaint because service was his nature. Sauron remained hidden at Dol Guldur through these centuries. The Dark Lord gathered strength slowly and avoided revealing himself to enemies who would unite against him if they understood his return. The Witch-king received orders occasionally through the ring's connection, and he obeyed them perfectly. But mostly he ruled Minas Morgul independently and pursued strategies that served his master's long-term purposes. The year 2460 arrived and brought change that caught the Witch-king's attention. Sauron's presence at Dol Guldur grew suddenly stronger, and the White Council finally moved against him. The enemy had discovered the necromancer's true identity, and they would drive him from Mirkwood if he remained. The Dark Lord would need to flee or reveal himself prematurely. The Witch-king received orders to prepare for his master's eventual return to Mordor. Sauron would abandon Dol Guldur rather than fight the White Council directly, but he would return to his ancient stronghold when the time was right. The Witch King must ensure Mordor was ready to receive its master and serve as base for the final war that was approaching. He sent emissaries east to gather forces in Mordor. Orcs began multiplying in the mountains surrounding the Dark Tower's ruins. Supplies accumulated in hidden caches. The groundwork was laid for Sauron's return, though that return might still be centuries distant. The Witch King worked with patience because patience had served him perfectly through 400 years of ruling Minas Morgul. The long rule continued through years that followed, but change was coming. Sauron would return openly eventually, and the Third Age would enter its final phase. The Witch King prepared for that moment while maintaining his endless watch over Gondor from the Dead City's heights. For centuries of rule had been merely preparation for the war that was approaching. Everything would change soon, and the Witch King would be ready when his master called him to greater service than raiding Gondor's borders could provide. The White Council struck at Dol Guldur in the year 2941 and drove Sauron from his fortress in Mirkwood. The attack came after centuries of the Dark Lord hiding as the Necromancer and building strength in secret. But Gandalf had discovered the truth and convinced the Council to act before Sauron could reveal himself on his own terms. The assault succeeded, and the fortress was cleansed temporarily of the darkness that had occupied it for nearly 2,000 years. The Witch King felt his master's retreat through the ring's connection. Sauron withdrew east rather than fighting the White Council directly because the time was not yet right for open confrontation. The Dark Lord possessed strength to resist, but victory would cost more than tactical withdrawal. Better to abandon Dol Guldur and return to Mordor, where preparations for final war could proceed without interference. The withdrawal was strategic rather than defeat. Sauron had accomplished much during his time as the Necromancer, and the White Council's victory was hollow. The Dark Lord's power was established, and his plans were laid. Losing Dol Guldur changed nothing essential about his position. If anything, the attack freed him to move openly rather than maintaining pretense of being lesser evil. The Witch King received orders to intensify preparations in Mordor. His master would return within years rather than centuries, and everything must be ready. Barrow-wights would rise again from its ruins, and armies would gather in numbers that would dwarf anything seen since the last alliance. The final war was approaching, and Mordor must be prepared to wage it. A decade passed while Sauron gathered strength before revealing himself. The Dark Lord used those years to establish control over Mordor's territories and build infrastructure necessary to support the campaigns ahead. Orcs multiplied rapidly and filled the valleys surrounding the Dark Tower's location. Forges burned constantly and produced weapons by the thousands. Supply lines were established from eastern lands where men served darkness willingly. The Witch King worked tirelessly through this preparation. He coordinated movements between Minas Morgul and Mordor. He ensured Gondor remained focused on defending against raids rather than investigating what was happening beyond their eastern borders. The work was complex, but he had millennia of experience managing such logistics, and everything proceeded smoothly. Sauron returned to Mordor openly in the year 2951. The Dark Lord established himself at Barada's site and began rebuilding the tower that had been his stronghold in the Second Age. The construction would take decades, but Sauron was present, and his power radiated from Mordor without concealment. The Third Age entered its final phase, and everyone who paid attention understood that war was coming. The Witch King rode to Barrow-wights, and knelt before his master for the first time since the last alliance scattered them. Sauron had regained much of his former power during the centuries of hiding and rebuilding. The Dark Lord stood terrible in his strength, and his will pressed against the Witch-king with force that made service absolute. This was the master he remembered from the Second Age, and obedience came as naturally as breathing once had come. The other 8 Nazgul gathered over the following months. They came from Minas Morgul, and from distant lands where they had served Sauron's purposes in isolation. The 9 were reunited at Barrow-wights, and their combined presence strengthened their master's power, while he strengthened theirs in return. They would ride together again as they had ridden in the Second Age, and their terror would break. Enemies who thought themselves safe from ancient evils. Sauron spoke of the ring during their gathering. The One Ring was lost somewhere in Middle-earth, and finding it was paramount. The Dark Lord had searched for centuries without success, but new intelligence suggested it might be closer than previous efforts had indicated. The Shire was mentioned as possible location, and the Witch-king absorbed this information with understanding their search would intensify. The 9 received their orders and dispersed to fulfill them. Some returned to Minas Morgul to maintain pressure on Gondor. Others rode to distant lands to gather intelligence and coordinate with Sauron's servants. The Witch-king remained at Barrow-wights temporarily because his master required his presence for planning sessions that would determine strategy for the war ahead. He stood on Barrow-wights' rising walls one evening and looked west toward lands that would soon burn. Gondor was failing and the north was broken. The free peoples were divided and weak, while Sauron's strength grew daily. The final war would begin soon, and victory seemed certain if the ring could be found and reclaimed. Everything depended on that search succeeding before enemies understood what was being sought. The Witch-king felt anticipation that approached joy in being capable of such emotion. He had served through ages of hiding and patient preparation. Now the time for open warfare approached, and he would lead armies again as he had led them in the Second Age. The long centuries of ruling Minas, Morgul, and raiding Gondor's borders were ending. Real war was beginning, and he would prove his worth to his master through campaigns that would make Angmar's conquest seem trivial by comparison. Sauron had returned, and the world would tremble before his power. Decades passed while Sauron searched for the ring and found nothing. His servants scoured Middle-earth for rumors or evidence of the one's location. They questioned travelers and tortured prisoners. They investigated ancient sites where the ring might have been hidden or lost. Every lead proved false, and the search stretched through years that became decades without bringing them closer to their goal. The Witch-king led some of these searches personally. He travelled to the Gladden fields where Isildur had died and the ring had been lost. The river had changed its course over 2,000 years, and the location where Isildur fell was buried under silt and new growth. Searching the area was futile, but Sauron commanded it, and the Witch-king obeyed. Other searches took him to sites where ancient battles had been fought, or great treasures had been lost. The ring might have surfaced anywhere and been claimed by anyone. Tracking it through 25 centuries of confusion was impossible without better intelligence. The Witch-king returned repeatedly to Barad-dûr with reports of failure, and his master's frustration grew with each disappointing result. The breakthrough came in the year 30. 17. When Sauron's servants captured a creature living in caves beneath the misty mountains. The thing called itself Gollum, and it had been corrupted by long possession of something precious. Initial interrogation revealed little, but sustained questioning over months broke its resistance. Gollum spoke of a magic ring it had owned for centuries before a thief stole it from the mountain's depths. The Witch-king participated in Gollum's interrogation personally. The creature was pitiable and disgusting both, twisted by corruption into something barely recognizable as having once been hobbit-kind, but it possessed information that justified any method necessary to extract it. The Witch-king pressed the interrogation with patience born of millennia, and slowly the crucial details emerged. Gollum revealed that a hobbit named Baggins had taken the ring during a riddle game in the darkness. The theft had occurred decades ago, and Gollum had searched for the thief ever since. It knew the name Baggins, and it knew hobbits lived in a place called the Shire. Beyond that, its knowledge was limited, but the information was enough to redirect the search toward specific target. Sauron interrogated Gollum personally after the Witch-king extracted this intelligence. The Dark Lord confirmed that the ring Gollum described was likely the One Ring. The creature's corruption and the timeline of its possession matched perfectly with the ring's disappearance from the Gladden Fields. After 25 centuries, the search had finally narrowed to identifiable person in known location. The Witch-king received orders to find the Shire and locate Baggins. The mission was critical beyond any he had undertaken since destroying the North. Success would deliver the ring to Sauron and guarantee victory in the coming war. Failure meant the ring might remain lost for more centuries, while Sauron's enemies discovered what was being sought and moved to prevent its recovery. Gollum was released deliberately rather than killed or imprisoned. The creature would search for Baggins obsessively and might lead Sauron's servants directly to their target. Spies followed Gollum when it left Mordor and tracked its movements westward. The strategy was sound, and it provided backup approach if direct search of the Shire failed to locate Baggins quickly. The Witch-king prepared to ride in early 3018. He gathered the Nine because this mission required their combined strength and terror. They would enter the Shire and find Baggins through whatever means necessary. If the hobbits cooperated, the search would be quick. If they resisted, the Nine would burn the Shire completely until someone revealed where Baggins lived. He stood in Barrow-wights' courtyard and looked at his 8 brothers mounted on black horses. They had ridden together through ages of service, and they would ride together again on the mission that mattered most. The ring was within reach after centuries of fruitless searching. They would find it and deliver it to their master, and Sauron's victory would be assured. Sauron spoke final orders before the Nine departed. The ring must be secured at any cost. If Baggins surrendered it willingly, that was acceptable. If he resisted, he was to be killed and the ring taken from his corpse. No consideration mattered except recovering the One Ring and bringing it to Mordor. The Witch-king acknowledged these orders and felt certainty settle over him. They would not fail. The ring would be found, and the search that had consumed decades would finally end in success that justified every year of patient effort. The Nine gathered at Barrow-wights in late 3017 and received their final instructions from Sauron. The Dark Lord spoke of the Shire and the hobbit named Baggins, who possessed his ring. The location lay hundreds of miles northwest in lands the Free Peoples considered safe from Mordor's reach. that safety would be proven false when the 9 arrived and the hunt began in earnest. Sauron provided what intelligence his servants had gathered about the Shire. It was a small, peaceful region inhabited entirely by hobbits who knew nothing of war or darkness. No fortifications defended its borders, and no army protected its people. The hobbits lived in comfortable ignorance of the larger world, and they would be helpless before the 9's terror. Finding Baggins in such place should be simple matter of asking questions until someone revealed his location. The Witch-king absorbed this information and planned the search accordingly. The 9 would enter the Shire and spread across its territory. They would visit villages and question inhabitants. Fear would loosen tongues that might otherwise remain silent. If the hobbits proved stubborn, the 9 would increase pressure until cooperation was assured. Someone would know where Baggins lived, and that someone would tell them. They rode from Rhudaur in early winter and travelled west through lands that had not seen Nazgul for centuries. Their black horses made no sound, and their robes hung motionless despite wind that whipped at trees. People who saw them approaching fled or hid because the wrongness radiating from the 9 was obvious to anyone with sense enough to recognize danger. The journey took months because stealth mattered more than speed. The 9 travelled mostly at night and avoided populated areas where their presence might be reported to enemies who could interfere. They moved through wilderness and crossed rivers far from bridges where watchers might see them. The approach to the Shire must be undetected until the hunt began. The Witch-king led his brothers northwest through Eriador's empty lands. They passed ruins of kingdoms that had fallen centuries ago. Cardolan's Barrow Downs still held the wights he had placed there after destroying that realm. The north showed scars from wars he had waged, and they brought satisfaction despite Angmar's eventual fall. His work endured even when his kingdom did not. They gathered intelligence as they travelled. Travellers were questioned, and most provided useful information before being killed or released, depending on whether letting them live served strategic purposes. The 9 learned of tensions between Shire and surrounding lands. They learned that hobbits were insular and distrusted outsiders. They learned that Gandalf visited the Shire occasionally, and that wizards took interest in the small folk for reasons mortals could not fathom. This last detail troubled the Witch-king. Gandalf had helped destroy Angmar, and the wizard possessed power that could interfere with the 9's mission. If Gandalf was involved with the Shire, then the ring's location there might not be coincidence. The wizard might know about Baggins and the ring both. The search would need to proceed quickly before Gandalf could intervene. They reached Eriador's western regions as winter gave way to early spring. The Shire lay ahead, and its borders were unmarked because hobbits saw no need for fortifications. The 9 could enter whenever they chose, and the hobbits would not know danger had arrived until the questioning began. Everything was prepared, and only timing remained uncertain. The Witch-king received final orders from Sauron through the ring's connection. They would enter the Shire in April, when roads were passable and travel would not draw excessive attention. The search must be thorough, but quiet initially, because alerting the enemy prematurely might cause Baggins to flee or hide the ring where it could not be found. Stealth would give way to terror if necessary, but stealth should be attempted first. He gathered his brothers at the Shire's eastern border, and they waited for the appointed time. 9 shadows on black horses, invisible in the darkness. 9 wraiths who had served Sauron for millennia and would serve him now in the mission that mattered most. The ring was close, and they would find it. Baggins would surrender it or die protecting it. Either outcome was acceptable as long as the ring returned to Mordor. The Witch-king looked toward the Shire's gentle hills and felt anticipation stronger than anything he had experienced in centuries. This was the culmination of decades of searching and thousands of years of service. The ring that ruled all rings was within reach. They would take it and deliver it to their master, and Sauron's victory would be assured. The gathering was complete, and the hunt was about to begin. The 9 entered the Shire in April, and the hunt began with careful questioning in villages far from Hobbiton. The Witch-king sent his brothers to different settlements while he rode to larger towns where information might be more readily available. They approached hobbits on roads and knocked on doors after dark. The questions were simple, and the terror radiating from the questioners ensured answers came quickly. Baggins was common enough name in the Shire that initial searches produced confusion. Multiple families bore that name, and the hobbits' question did not understand which Baggins the Dark Riders sought. The Witch-king pressed for details and learned that the most prominent Baggins lived in Hobbiton at a hole called Bag End. This Baggins was named Bilbo, and he had been wealthy, eccentric, who disappeared recently after extravagant birthday party. The news of Bilbo's departure troubled the Witch-king. If this was the Baggins who possessed the ring, then he had fled before the 9 arrived. But hobbits spoke of another Baggins who had inherited Bag End after Bilbo's departure. Frodo was the nephew's name, and he lived at Bag End now. Perhaps the ring had passed to him, or perhaps Bilbo still carried it wherever he had gone. The 9 converged on Hobbiton as spring gave way to summer. They approached carefully because rushing might alert their quarry and cause him to flee with the ring. The Witch-king rode through Hobbiton's lanes after dark and felt the wrongness of his presence disturbing the peaceful settlement. Hobbits locked their doors and hid when they heard hoofbeats approaching. The Shire's innocence was being violated by darkness it had never known before. He reached Bag End and found it occupied, but its inhabitant was not present. The hobbit hole was locked and dark. Neighbors questioned, reluctantly admitted that Frodo Baggins had left on journey recently, and they did not know when he would return. The Witch-king felt frustration building because the trail was growing cold. Baggins had fled, and the hunt would have to pursue rather than simply taking the ring from helpless victim. The 9 spread across the Shire through the summer months, and their presence became legend that hobbits would remember for generations. Black riders on black horses, appearing on roads and demanding information about Baggins. The terror they inspired was absolute, and hobbits who encountered them never forgot the experience. Some died from fear alone when the Nazgul questioned them. Others provided information and lived, but carried nightmares for the rest of their lives. The Witch-king learned that Frodo had left the Shire heading east with companions. The group was small and traveling on foot, which meant they could not move quickly. The 9 could overtake them if they knew the route. Questioning more hobbits revealed that Gandalf had visited Bag End before Frodo's departure, and the wizard's involvement confirmed that this was the correct Baggins, and that he likely carried the ring. Gandalf's presence complicated everything. The wizard would have warned Frodo and helped him prepare for flight. The hobbit would not be traveling ignorantly, but with purpose, and perhaps with protection Gandalf had arranged. The 9 would need to move quickly before that protection could interfere with capturing their quarry. They left the Shire in September and picked up the trail heading toward Bree. The Witch-king felt certainty that Frodo Baggins carried the ring and was fleeing toward destinations unknown. The hunt had transformed from search into pursuit, and pursuit was something the Nine understood perfectly. They had hunted enemies across Middle-earth for millennia, and few who ran from them escaped permanently. The Shire fell behind them, and its hobbits celebrated the Black Rider's departure with relief that bordered on hysteria. The darkness that had invaded their peaceful land was gone, and they could return to normal lives. But the Shire was changed by the Nine's presence. Innocence, once violated, could not be restored completely. The hobbits would remember that evil could reach them despite their isolation, and that memory would haunt them. The Witch-king rode east with his brothers and felt anticipation building again. The ring was close now, and its bearer was fleeing desperately toward safety that did not exist. They would catch him on the roads, or in Bree, or somewhere beyond. The pursuit might take days or weeks, but the outcome was certain. Frodo Baggins would be caught, and the ring would be taken. No hobbit could escape the Nine when they rode in earnest and no protection. Gandalf arranged could stand against their combined power indefinitely. The hunt continued through September as they closed the distance toward Bree. The Witch-king could sense the ring's presence faintly now that he was closer to it. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable. After 25 centuries, the One Ring was within reach, and nothing would prevent its recovery. They would take it and deliver it to Sauron, and the Dark Lord's victory would be assured at last. The Black Riders pursued, and their quarry fled, and the chase that would determine Middle-earth's fate had finally begun in earnest. The Nine reached Bree in late September, and the town's fear was palpable before they even entered its gates. Word of the Black Riders had spread through Rhudaur, and Bree's inhabitants knew something terrible approached. Doors locked and windows shuttered as twilight fell. The streets emptied of traffic that should have filled them at day's end. Bree was hiding from danger it could not name, but recognized instinctively. The Witch-king led his brothers through Bree's gate, and the watchmen fled rather than challenging them. No authority in the town possessed courage to demand their business or bar their entry. They rode through empty streets, toward the prancing pony where travelers gathered, and information could be purchased or extracted. If Frodo Baggins had passed through Bree, then someone at the inn would know of it. The prancing pony stood at Bree's center, and light spilled from its windows despite the terror gripping the town. Inside would be travelers and locals who had not yet understood the danger outside. The Witch-king dismounted, and his brothers did likewise. They would enter the inn and question everyone present until they found Baggins or learned where he had gone. But something stopped them at the door. A presence inside the inn radiated awareness that surprised the Witch-king. This was not Gandalf, but it was someone with power to sense the Nine's approach and take action against them. The hobbits were not alone, and whoever protected them possessed skill beyond common ranger or wandering warrior. The Witch-king pushed through the door anyway, because delay served no purpose. The common room fell silent when the Nine entered, and terror filled the space like smoke from wet wood. Men and hobbits stared at the robed figures, and several fled through the back door rather than remaining in the Black Rider's presence. Those who stayed seemed frozen with fear that prevented flight. The innkeeper was questioned, and he provided information reluctantly through stammering fear. For hobbits had stayed at the Prancing Pony recently. One was named Baggins, and the others were his companions. But they had departed earlier that day with a ranger the locals called Strider. The group had left before dawn, and their destination was unknown. The Witch-king felt frustration surge through him at this news. Baggins had been here, and the 9 had missed him by hours. Worse, he had acquired Protector, whose presence the Witch-king had sensed even through the inn's walls. This Strider was more than common ranger if he could shield the hobbits from the 9's awareness. Gandalf's hand was visible in this arrangement, and it complicated the pursuit significantly. The 9 searched the prancing pony thoroughly despite the innkeeper's protests. They climbed stairs to the rooms where the hobbits had stayed and found beds recently slept in. The Witch-king examined the rooms carefully and detected faint trace of the ring's presence. Baggins had been here, and he had carried the ring with him. The trail was fresh, and the quarry could not have gained much distance in a single day. He ordered his brothers to search Bree completely in case the hobbits were hiding rather than truly departed. The 9 spread through the town and terrorized anyone they encountered. Houses were entered without permission, and citizens were questioned roughly. But the search produced nothing useful. Baggins and his companions were gone, and Bree knew nothing of where they had travelled. The Witch-king returned to the prancing pony and questioned the innkeeper more thoroughly. The man admitted under pressure the Strider had been secretive about their route. The ranger had purchased supplies for a journey of several days, but had not revealed their destination. The innkeeper believed they were heading toward the wildlands east of Bree, but he could not be certain. The 9 regrouped in Bree's streets as midnight approached. The town was paralyzed with terror, and its inhabitants hid in their homes, praying for the Black Riders to depart. The Witch-king considered burning the prancing pony to punish the innkeeper's failure to detain Baggins. But destruction would waste time better spent pursuing the hobbits. They needed to catch their quarry before more distance accumulated. They rode from Bree before dawn and picked up the trail heading east into wilderness. Strider had taken the hobbits off the main roads, which made tracking more difficult, but also meant their travel would be slower. The 9 could cover ground faster than group traveling on foot through rough country. The gap would close and the hobbits would be caught soon. The Witch-king felt the ring's presence growing slightly stronger as they rode in the correct direction. The sensation was subtle, but it confirmed they were following the right trail. Baggins was ahead of them, and the distance between hunter and prey was shrinking. Strider's protection would not save them. Nothing could save them from the 9 when they rode with singular purpose. The ring would be taken, and Baggins would fall, and the hunt that had begun in the Shire would end in the wilderness, where none could interfere or witness what happened when the 9 finally caught their fleeing quarry. The 9 tracked their quarry through wilderness east of Bree for days. The trail was difficult to follow because Strider knew how to hide signs of passage. But the Witch-king sensed the ring's presence growing stronger with each mile they travelled in the correct direction. Baggins was ahead, and the distance between them was closing steadily despite the ranger's attempts at concealment. They reached Weathertop on the evening of October 6th. The ancient watchtower stood on a hilltop where Arna's forces had once maintained vigilance over the surrounding lands. Now it was ruin, where only memories remained of the kingdom the Witch-king had destroyed centuries ago. The irony was fitting. He would take the ring in the shadow of fortifications built by the realm he had broken. The Witch-king sensed the ring's presence on the hilltop and knew their quarry had stopped for the night. Strider had chosen defensible position, but defense would not save them from the 9, the Witch-king. deployed his brothers in circle surrounding the hill. They would ascend from all directions simultaneously, and the hobbits would have no escape route. The trap was perfect, and the hunt was ending. They waited for full darkness before beginning their assault. Night was their time, and the hobbits would be half-blind in conditions where the Nine saw perfectly. The Witch-king led the ascent up Weathertop's slopes and felt anticipation building. The ring was meters away now, and its pull was strong enough that he could have found it without eyes. Soon it would be in his hands, and the mission would be complete. The hobbits had made camp near the watchtower's ruins, and fire burned among the stones. The Witch-king saw Strider standing guard, but the ranger could not stop all 9 Nazgul simultaneously. 4 hobbits huddled near the fire, and the Witch-king identified which one carried the ring, through the intensity of its presence. Frodo Baggins was small and terrified, and he clutched something in his hand that he seemed desperate to protect or hide. The 9 emerged from darkness into the firelight's edge, and the hobbit's terror was absolute. Strider drew his sword, but the blade would accomplish nothing against shadow given form through Sauron's craft. The Witch-king advanced toward Frodo and demanded he surrender the ring. The command carried weight that should have broken any mortal's will. But Frodo did something unexpected and catastrophic. He slipped the ring onto his finger and vanished from the physical world. The Witch-king felt the ring's presence explode in his awareness as Frodo entered the wraith world fully. The hobbit became visible to the 9 in ways he had not been visible before. Frodo saw them as they truly were, rather than as robed figures in darkness. The wraith world revealed the truth that the physical realm concealed. The Witch-king reached for Frodo in that space between worlds. The hobbit was exposed and vulnerable, and the ring was within grasp. But Frodo stumbled backward, and the Witch-king realized taking the ring would require force. The hobbit would not surrender it willingly, even with death approaching. But Strider intervened with fire, and the flames drove the 9 back from the hobbits. The Witch-king felt pain as burning brands were thrust toward him, and his shadow form recoiled from the fire's assault. His brothers fell back similarly, and the moment of opportunity closed. Frodo had removed the ring and vanished back into the physical world, where the 9 could not reach him as easily. The Witch-king considered pressing the attack despite the fire, but the wound was inflicted and its purpose was served. Frodo would weaken steadily as the Morgul blade's corruption spread. He would not reach safety before the transformation began claiming him. Better to let him run while the wound did its work than risk damage from fire that could harm even the 9's shadow forms. They withdrew down Weathertop's slopes and regrouped in the darkness beyond the hilltop. The assault had not captured the ring, but it had wounded the bearer critically. Frodo would not escape now, even if he continued fleeing. The wound ensured he would come to them eventually when the corruption made him visible in the wraith world constantly. The ring would be taken, and Baggins would become wraith, serving Sauron alongside the 9. The Witch-king felt satisfaction despite not achieving complete victory. The hunt was entering its final phase, and the outcome was certain. Frodo Baggins was dying slowly, and the ring would fall into the Witch-king's hands when the hobbit's strength finally failed. Weathertop had delivered partial victory, and complete victory would follow soon. The 9 mounted their horses and prepared to pursue the hobbits toward whatever destination Strider foolishly believed might offer safety from doom, already delivered through the Morgul blade's touch. The pursuit continued through the 2 weeks following Weathertop, and the Witch-king felt his advantage growing daily. Frodo's wound was spreading corruption through his body, and the process made him increasingly visible in the wraith world. What had been faint presence became clearer with each passing day. The hobbit was transforming slowly, and the transformation would deliver both him and the ring into the Nine's hands. Strider pushed the hobbits hard through wilderness toward Rhudaur. The ranger understood the wounds, nature, and knew time was enemy as much as the Nine pursuing them. He drove his companions through exhaustion toward safety that lay weeks away. But Frodo was weakening, and the pace he could maintain was declining. The gap between pursued and pursuers shrank steadily. The Witch-king tracked them through the wild lands with certainty born of the ring's pull. The sensation was stronger now because Frodo's resistance was failing as mortality faded. The ring wanted to return to its master, and the hobbit's weakening grip could not hold it much longer. Soon Frodo would be unable to prevent the ring from calling out its location to any who could sense its presence. Days accumulated, and the chase ground on without major confrontation. The Nine caught glimpses of their quarry occasionally, but Strider always managed to keep them moving before the Nazgul could close the distance completely. The ranger was skilled and desperate both. His ability to evade while protecting wounded companion was impressive even to enemies who had hunted for millennia. But evasion was becoming impossible as Frodo's condition deteriorated. The Witch-king sensed the hobbit's presence in both worlds now. Frodo existed partially in the wraith realm even when not wearing the ring. The Morgul blade's corruption was doing exactly what it was designed to do. The victim was being pulled into shadow whether he willed it or not. The Witch-king felt anticipation building as they closed on their weakening prey. Frodo could not continue much longer before collapsing completely. The transformation would claim him, and he would become wraith like the Nine themselves. The ring would be taken, and Sauron's victory would be assured. Everything was proceeding perfectly, despite the delays and complications. They caught up to the hobbits on the 13th day of pursuit. The group had stopped briefly, and the Nine surrounded their position before Strider could move them again. But elves appeared from the forest and drove the Nine back with fire and courage that gave the hobbits chance to flee. The intervention was unexpected, and it saved Baggins temporarily from capture that had seemed certain. The Witch-king felt frustration at this interference. Elves had aided the enemy repeatedly throughout the hunt, and their involvement suggested Gandalf had arranged more protection than the Nine had anticipated. But the elves could not shield Frodo from the wound's corruption. They could delay the Nine, but they could not save the hobbit from transformation already underway. The pursuit continued, and Rivendell's borders approached. The Witch-king understood finally where Strider was leading his charges. Elrond's house offered sanctuary and healing if they could reach it. But Frodo's strength was failing, and the distance remaining seemed impossible for him to cover. The wound had spread too far and claimed too much of his vitality. He would fall before reaching safety. The final approach came on October 20th. The Nine caught the hobbits at the ford of Bruinen, just short of Rivendell's borders. Frodo was mounted on an elf horse, and the animal was running with desperate speed toward the river. The Witch-king led his brothers in pursuit, and they closed the distance rapidly. The chase was ending, and victory was seconds away. The Witch-king could see Frodo clearly now in both worlds simultaneously. The hobbit was more wraith than mortal after 2 weeks of corruption spreading through his flesh. His form flickered between solid and transparent. His eyes showed awareness of the wraith world that no healthy mortal could possess. The transformation was nearly complete, and capturing him would be trivial once his horse's strength failed. They reached the ford, and Frodo's horse splashed into the water. The Witch-king followed without hesitation because the river was shallow and no barrier to the Nine's pursuit. Frodo was meters away, and the ring's pull was overwhelming. The hunt was ending, and the ring would be taken. Nothing remained except closing the final distance and claiming what Sauron had sent them to recover. Victory was certain, and the Witch-king reached for his prize as water swirled around his. Horse's legs and Rivendell's borders drew close enough to touch. The Witch-king drove his horse deeper into the Bruinen, and water rose to the animal's chest as they crossed toward the far bank. Frodo had reached the other side and sat mounted just beyond the water's edge. The hobbit was weakened nearly to death, but he had stopped fleeing. The Witch-king felt triumph surge through him because prey that stopped running was prey that surrendered. The ring was within grasp, and nothing remained except crossing the final meters of river. His brothers entered the ford behind him, and the Nine advanced together toward their goal. Water swirled around them, and current pulled at their horses, but the river was shallow enough to cross safely. Rivendell's borders stood close, but not close enough to prevent the ring's capture. They would take it and retreat before Elrond could intervene with force sufficient to stop them. But something changed in the water's flow. The Witch-king felt the current strengthen suddenly, and the river's voice grew louder. Power was moving through the Bruinen, and that power came from Rivendell upstream. Elrond was master of this valley, and the river answered to his command. The ford was becoming trap rather than simple crossing. Frodo spoke words of defiance from the far bank. The hobbit's voice was weak, but his meaning was clear, despite the Witch-king not understanding the language fully. Frodo was refusing to surrender and claiming Elrond's protection. The challenge was pathetic from being so diminished, but it signaled that capture would not be as simple as reaching the far bank. Another figure appeared beside. Frodo and the Witch-king recognized him instantly, despite centuries since their last meeting. Glorfindel sat mounted beside the wounded hobbit, and the elf lord's presence radiated power that made the Witch-king's shadow form recoil instinctively. This was the warrior who had driven him from the north after destroying Angmar. This was the enemy whose prophecy had marked him with protection and doom both. The Witch-king hesitated in the river's center, and his brothers did likewise. Glorfindel's presence changed everything about the tactical situation. The elf lord could strike at them while they were vulnerable in the water. Retreat became necessary despite the ring being so close. But the current was strengthening, and turning back was becoming as difficult as continuing forward. The flood came suddenly and with force that overwhelmed everything in its path. Water rose from knee height to chest height to neck height in seconds. The Witch-king's horse screamed and lost its footing as the current lifted it from the riverbed. All 9 horses were swept downstream simultaneously, and their riders could not control mounts being carried helplessly by water that had become raging torrent. The Witch-king fought to maintain cohesion as water tore at his shadow form. The flood was not natural water, but power given liquid form. Elrond had summoned the river's strength and directed it against the 9 with precision that spoke of long preparation. This trap had been waiting for them, and they had ridden directly into it, pursuing prey they could not resist chasing. His horse went under and did not resurface. The animal was dead or dying, and the Witch-king was swept along without mount to carry him. His brothers were scattered through the flood, and their connection through the rings was disrupted by the water's assault on their forms. The 9 were being broken apart and swept away from each other for the first time since entering the Shire months ago. The Witch-king tried to reach the bank, but the current was too strong. He was carried downstream away from the ford and away from the ring that had been within his grasp moments earlier. The failure was absolute and humiliating. They had hunted for months and cornered their prey and lost everything in seconds because they had underestimated the enemy's preparation. The flood eventually deposited him on the eastern bank miles downstream from the ford. He dragged himself from the water and felt diminished in ways that went beyond physical damage. His horse was gone and his brothers were scattered. The hunt had failed completely and the ring remained in enemy hands. Worse, Frodo would reach Rivendell and Elrond's healing would undo the Morgul Blade's corruption. The wound that should have delivered both Hobbit and ring would be cleansed and Frodo would survive. The other Nazgul emerged from the flood over the following hours. They gathered slowly on the eastern bank and assessed the damage. All 9 horses were lost. Their connection was disrupted and reforming coordination would take time. The hunt was finished and retreat to Mordor was necessary to report failure to Sauron and receive new orders. The Witch-king led his brothers east away from Rivendell and the disaster at the ford. The journey back to Mordor would take weeks without horses, and they would travel diminished and ashamed. The mission had failed despite every advantage being in their favor initially. Frodo had escaped, and the ring remained beyond Sauron's reach. The hunt that had consumed months and seemed certain of success had ended in complete defeat. He walked through wilderness, thinking of how he would report this failure to his master. Sauron would be displeased but not surprised. The enemy had proven more resourceful than anticipated, and Rivendell's defenses had been stronger than intelligence suggested. The 9 had been outmaneuvered and defeated despite their best efforts. The ring remained free, and the war would continue without the advantage Sauron had expected from its recovery. The ford had delivered disaster, and the Witch-king bore responsibility for leading his brothers into trap he should have recognized before it closed around them. The journey back to Mordor took weeks, and every step was marked by shame that weighed heavier than exhaustion. The 9 walked through wilderness without horses, and their diminished state made them vulnerable to dangers they would normally ignore. They avoided populated areas because their weakness might invite attack from enemies who would not dare face them at full strength. The return was bitter retreat from mission that had seemed certain of success. They reached Mordor's borders in early November and crossed into lands where Sauron's power protected them from further harm. The Dark Tower rose before them, and its presence was both comfort and dread. Sauron waited there, and he would demand accounting for the failure at Bruinen. The Witch-king had served his master for millennia, but service did not shield servants from consequences when missions failed. Sauron received him in Barad-dûr's depths, and his displeasure was evident despite no words being spoken initially. The Dark Lord examined his 9 servants and assessed the damage the flood had inflicted. Their shadow forms were weakened, and their coordination was disrupted. They would need time to recover fully, and time was resourced. Sauron could not spare freely with war approaching. But the Dark Lord's response was strategic rather than punitive. He had anticipated possible failure and prepared contingencies. The ring's escape was setback but not catastrophe. Sauron's armies were gathered, and his strength was sufficient to wage war without the ring's immediate recovery. The Nine would heal and reform and serve in the coming campaigns. Their failure was noted but forgiven because their service remained necessary. The Witch-king felt relief mixed with continued shame. His master's pragmatism was mercy of sorts, but it did not erase the humiliation of defeat. The ring had been within reach, and he had lost it through miscalculation and underestimating the enemy's preparation. The failure would mark him, regardless of Sauron's willingness to move beyond it. Months passed while the Nine recovered in Mordor. New horses were provided, and their shadow forms regained solidity through rest and their master's power reinforcing them. The coordination between them reformed slowly until they could function as a unit again. By midwinter, they were restored to effectiveness, though the memory of Bruinen's disaster remained sharp. News reached Mordor in late December that the ring had left Rhudaur. Sauron's spies reported that a fellowship had formed to carry it somewhere beyond the Witch-king's ability to intercept easily. The group included the hobbits and representatives from other free peoples. Gandalf led them, and their destination was unknown, but probably involved destroying the ring in some foolish pent attempt that would certainly fail. The Witch-king absorbed this intelligence and understood that pursuing the fellowship immediately was impossible. The Nine were still reforming, and the enemy had gained too much distance during the months since Bruinen. Direct pursuit would fail, as it had failed before. Sauron would need to use other methods to track the ring and intercept it before the fellowship reached wherever they intended to go. But war was beginning, regardless of the ring's status. Sauron had gathered armies sufficient to crush Gondor and the other free peoples, even without the ring's power. The conquest would take longer and cost more, but it remained achievable. The Witch-king received orders to return to Minas Morgul and prepare for the assault on Minas Tirith. The siege of Gondor's capital would be his primary mission, and proving his worth through that victory would erase the shame of failing to capture the ring. He rode from Barrow-wights in early March with his 8 brothers beside him. They had new horses and their strength was restored. The months of waiting were ending and real war was beginning. Minas Morgul would serve as staging ground for the assault that would break Gondor and deliver the Western Kingdom to Sauron's control. The ring remained beyond reach, but Gondor would fall regardless. The Witch-king felt purpose returning as they approached Minas Morgul's dark walls. The hunt had failed, but the war would not fail. He had broken the north through patient warfare, and he would break Gondor through the same methodology. 6 centuries of ruling the dead city and raiding the enemy's borders had been preparation for this moment. The siege was coming, and he would lead it personally. Minas Tirith would fall, and its fall would compensate for Bruinen's disaster. They entered Minas Morgul and began final preparations for the campaign ahead. Armies gathered in the valleys surrounding the city. Supplies accumulated and siege engines were constructed. Everything pointed toward assault that would begin within days. The waiting was ending, and the Witch-king would prove his value to his master through victory that would dwarf the ring's escape in strategic importance. Gondor was about to face the full strength of Minas Morgul's host, and the outcome was certain, regardless of what happened. To the ring in distant lands beyond his immediate concern. The army marched from Minas Morgul on March 10th, and the Witch-king rode at its head mounted on a beast, that was not horse but something bred in darkness for war. The host numbered more than 50,000 troops, and they carried siege engines that would break Minas Tirith's walls. This was the force that would crush Gondor and deliver Sauron's final vengeance against the southern kingdom. The march to Minas Tirith took hours, and the city's defenders watched the approaching host with dread that no courage could fully overcome. They surrounded Minas Tirith completely before nightfall. The Witch-king positioned his forces in layers that cut off every approach to the city. No relief could reach the defenders, and no messenger could escape to carry word of the siege. Gondor stood alone, and its isolation was weapon as devastating as the catapults being assembled to assault its walls. The first attack came at dawn on March 11th. Siege engines hurled stones at Minas Tirith's outer wall, while infantry advanced with ladders and towers. The Witch-king flew above the battlefield on his fell beast, and his presence broke formations below. Men who saw him screamed and fled, or froze helplessly. His terror was as effective as any physical weapon, and it multiplied the impact of conventional assault. Gondor's defenders fought desperately and repelled the first attack with heavy losses on both sides. The walls held, and the siege engines were driven back temporarily by accurate archery from the battlements. But the Witch-king noted where defenses were weakest and adjusted his strategy accordingly. The next assault would strike at those weak points with concentrated force. Days passed, and the siege intensified. The Witch-king led assault after assault against Minas Tirith's walls, and each attack penetrated slightly deeper than the last. Gondor's strength was failing under relentless pressure that gave defenders no rest. Men fell from exhaustion as much as from wounds, and replacements were growing scarce. The city was bleeding, and the Witch-king could smell victory approaching. The outer wall was breached on the third day of siege. Stones from the catapults had weakened a section sufficiently that infantry assault could break through. The Witch-king's forces poured into the space between outer and inner walls, and desperate fighting filled that contested ground. Gondor managed to seal the breach eventually, but the cost was terrible, and everyone understood the outer wall would not hold much longer. The Witch-king observed Gondor's declining morale and pressed his advantage ruthlessly. He flew low over the city's inner districts, and his presence alone caused panic among civilians who had not yet faced direct combat. The psychological warfare was as important as the physical assault. Breaking Gondor's will to resist would accomplish as much as breaking its walls. Night brought no relief, because the Witch-king's forces attacked through darkness as effectively as they attacked in daylight. The defenders were exhausted from constant vigilance, and their responses slowed dangerously. Men fell asleep at their posts, and were killed before they could wake. The siege was grinding Gondor down exactly as the Witch-king had ground the north down through centuries of similar warfare. The fourth day brought escalation that marked the siege's final phase. The great battering ram called Grand was brought forward and positioned before Minas Tirith's main gate. The ram was massive and built specifically to break gates that conventional weapons could not touch. Its head was shaped like ravening wolf, and fire burned in its iron jaws. The Witch-king would lead the assault personally, and the gate would fall before dawn on the next day. Gondor recognized the threat Grond represented and concentrated its remaining strength on defending the gate. Archers rained arrows on the crews, manning the ram, and stones were dropped from the walls above. But the ram was protected by iron canopy, and the crews were expendable. The Witch-king drove them forward without regard for casualties, because breaking the gate mattered more than any number of orc lives. The ram began its work as night fell on March 14th. The rhythmic thunder of Grand striking the gate echoed across the battlefield and through Minas Tirith streets. Each impact weakened the gate's integrity and brought its fall closer. The Witch-king flew above the ram and spoke words of power that enhanced the impacts and sapped the gate's resistance. The combination of physical and sorcerous assault was irresistible. Gondor's defenders fought to destroy Grand, but their efforts failed against the ram's protected construction. The gate was weakening with each strike, and nothing could prevent its eventual collapse. The Witch-king felt certainty settle over him. The siege was ending, and victory was hours away. Minas Tirith would fall, and Gondor would be broken. The disaster at Bruinen would be forgotten in the triumph of conquering the White City. Dawn would bring the gate's fall and the final assault into Minas Tirith streets. Everything was prepared, and the outcome was inevitable. Grand struck through the night, and each impact shook Minas Tirith to its foundations. The gate was ancient and strong, but no construction could withstand the combination of physical force and sorcery being applied against it. Cracks appeared in the wood and spread with each blow. The Witch-king flew above the ram and poured his will into breaking what remained of the gate's resistance. Dawn approached, and the gate would fall before sun touched the White City's highest tower. The final strike came in the darkness before dawn. Grand's wolf head hit the gate, and the sound of breaking was thunder that rolled across the battlefield. Wood splintered and iron bands snapped. The great gate of Minas Tirith fell inward and left the city's throat exposed to assault. The breach was open, and Gondor's last defense was broken. The Witch-king landed before the shattered gate and dismounted from his fell beast. His brothers held position outside because this moment was his alone. He had led the siege, and he would be first through the gate that his efforts had broken. The symbolism mattered as much as the tactical advantage. Gondor would see the Lord of the Nazgul walk unopposed into their capital, and their despair would complete what the siege had begun. He passed through the broken gate and entered Minas Tirith's lower circle. The streets beyond stood empty because defenders had pulled back to higher levels. Buildings rose on either side, and the way ahead led upward toward the citadel where Gondor's steward waited for his doom. The Witch-king walked forward slowly because haste was unnecessary. The city was his, and nothing remained except claiming it completely. But someone waited in the street ahead. A figure stood mounted on white horse, and light blazed from him bright enough to make the Witch-king's shadow form recoil instinctively. This was Gandalf, who had interfered repeatedly with Sauron's plans, and whose power exceeded any mortal wizard's strength. The Witch-king had not faced him directly since the Second Age, but recognition was immediate. Despite millennia of separation, Gandalf blocked the path forward, and his staff was raised between them. The wizard's presence created barrier that even the Witch-king could not easily cross. Power radiated from Gandalf and met the Witch-king's darkness in space between them. Neither advanced and neither retreated. They stood locked in confrontation that would determine whether Minas Tirith fell in the next minutes, or if resistance could continue despite the broken gate. The Witch-king raised his hand and spoke words of power meant to break Gandalf's will, but the wizard's strength held against the assault. Gandalf had walked Middle-earth since the Third Age began, and his purpose was opposing exactly this darkness. The Witch-king was chief of the Nazgul, but Gandalf was Maya sent from the uttermost west. Their confrontation was collision between opposing forces of equal magnitude. Neither could overcome the other without cost that might prove catastrophic. The Witch-king could strike at Gandalf, but the wizard would wound him severely before falling. Gandalf could blast the Witch-king with power that might scatter his shadow form, but the effort would leave him vulnerable to the other 8 Nazgul waiting beyond the gate. The standoff held because both understood that victory here would be Pyrrhic, regardless of who achieved it. The moments stretched and dawn light began touching the eastern sky. The Witch-king prepared to accept whatever cost was necessary to break Gandalf and continue the assault. Minas Tirith's fall was worth any price, including damage to himself. But something changed before he could commit to that decision. Horns sounded from the north. The sound carried across the battlefield with clarity that made everyone pause and turn toward its source. The horns were not Gondor's, and they announced a rival that the Witch-king had not anticipated. Rohan had come despite all intelligence, suggesting they would not arrive in time or in sufficient strength to matter. The confrontation with Gandalf broke as both turned their attention toward the new development. The wizard withdrew slightly, and the Witch-king pulled back from immediate assault. The tactical situation had transformed in seconds. Rohan's arrival meant the siege's final phase would be contested battle rather than simple conquest of defeated city. The gate was broken, and Minas Tirith was vulnerable, but taking it would require fighting enemies who had just gained reinforcement and renewed hope. The Witch-king retreated through the broken gate and mounted his fell beast. The standoff with Gandalf had prevented him from penetrating deeper into the city, and now Rohan's arrival demanded his attention outside the walls. The siege was entering its final battle, and he would lead that battle personally. Minas Tirith would still fall, but the path to victory had become more difficult. The horns continued sounding, and the Witch-king flew toward the northern battlefield, where Rohan's cavalry was deploying for assault that would determine whether Gondor survived the dawn. Rohan charged across the Pelennor fields as dawn broke and their cavalry swept toward. Sauron's forces, like storm given flesh and purpose. 6,000 riders came with horns blazing, and their king rode at their head. Theoden king was old, but his courage burned bright enough to shame younger men, and his presence inspired his warriors to deeds that would be sung for generations. The Witch-king flew to meet this challenge because the king's death would break Rohan's charge before it could shatter his army's formations. He dove from the sky and landed before Theoden's advance. His fell beast screamed, and the sound was terror made audible. Rohan's horses reared and threw their riders, or fled outright despite years of training. But Theoden's horse held steady, and the king raised his spear, despite fear that must have been clawing at his chest. This was bravery of the kind the Witch-king had not faced in centuries, and it reminded him briefly of men he had known when he himself had been mortal. The king charged, and the Witch-king struck. His mace crushed Theoden's shield, and the impact threw the king from his horse. The animal fell on top of its rider, and Theoden lay pinned beneath its weight. The Witch-king advanced to finish what he had begun, because kings should die quickly rather than slowly. Gondor would see Rohan's king slain before their walls, and the psychological impact would break whatever resistance remained. But someone blocked his path. A rider in Rohan's colours stood over the fallen king with sword drawn. The figure was small and slight, and the Witch-king dismissed them initially as minor obstacle. But something in the rider's stance suggested this was not common soldier. This one would not flee, and their courage seemed rooted in something deeper than simple duty. The rider removed their helmet, and the Witch-king saw a woman's face beneath. This was no man of Rohan, but a shield maiden who had ridden to war disguised among the cavalry. Her name was Eowyn, and she was Theoden's niece. She stood over her fallen king and defied the Witch-king with courage that seemed impossible for mortal facing. Nazgul, who had lived for millennia. She spoke words that cut through him like physical blade. She was no man, and Glorfindel's prophecy echoed in those words. The Witch-king understood suddenly that doom had found him at last. Not by the hand of man would he fall, and this woman's hand was raised against him. The prophecy was being fulfilled, and all the centuries since Glorfindel spoke, it had led inevitably to this moment. He struck at her with his mace, and she met the blow with her shield. The impact shattered the shield and broke her arm, but she did not fall. Pain marked her face, but determination showed stronger. She raised her sword in her remaining good hand, and the blade caught dawn light. Behind him something moved, and the Witch-king felt sudden, sharp pain in his leg. The Witch-king felt himself dissolving. His shadow form was breaking apart, and nothing could hold it together now that the enchantments were shattered. 4,400 years of existence were ending, and he could not stop the unmaking. The prophecy was fulfilled, and death had finally found him on a battlefield far from anywhere he had ruled or conquered. He had been a king once, in the Second Age, when the world was younger. He had accepted a ring from Annatar, and thought he was gaining immortality. He had broken the north through 6 centuries of patient warfare, and ruled Minas Morgul for 1,000 years. He had hunted the ring across Middle-earth, and nearly captured it at the ford. He had broken Minas Tirith's gate, and stood on the edge of final victory. But now a woman and a hobbit had ended him, and all those millennia of service were finished. In the space between heartbeats, the shadow dissolved completely, and the Witch-king was unmade. His robes collapsed empty, and his crown lay abandoned on bloodied ground. Eowyn stood over the remains with her sword still raised, and the hobbit named Mary sat bleeding from wounds the Morgul blade had inflicted before falling. The battle continued around them, but the Witch-king saw none of it. He was gone at last, and the prophecy was complete. Rest well, wanderer, for the tale is told and the chronicle is finished. The Witch-king, who was once a great king, has fallen at last on Pelennor fields, and the prophecy spoken 1,000 years ago has been fulfilled. From the moment Annatar offered a ring of gold to the final blow beneath the White City's walls, this is the story of corruption and service, of patience and terror, of prophecy and its inevitable completion. Sleep now, for the fire is burning low, and the Witch-king of Angmar rides no more. The dead city stands empty, and the north remembers his reign through songs of warning. May your dreams hold the memory of how even the mightiest can fall, and how doom finds all who reach for power beyond their mortal right. The grey ships are sailing, and all burdens are lifted at last.